the birth of galaxies in the early universe. Before we drift into the cosmic dark ages together, we'd love to know, where are you watching from tonight? Whether you're curled up in bed, sitting by a window watching your own galaxy wheel overhead, or listening from some quiet corner of the world, leave us a comment below. We're always curious about the places our cosmic stories find you, and somehow, knowing you're out there makes the universe feel a little less vast and a little more like home. You drift through the cosmic dark age, 400,000 years after the beginning, floating in a universe that has forgotten how to shine. This is not the darkness of night that you know. This is deeper, older, more patient. This is the darkness that came after the last light of creation scattered across the sky. When the universe finally cooled enough for electrons to find their atomic homes, and photons could travel freely for the first time. But now, in this cosmic dark age, there are no stars yet to pierce the veil. No galaxies spiral in their ancient dance. No quasars blaze at the edges of space and time. There is only hydrogen, helium, and the patient darkness between, a darkness so complete that if you had eyes in this primordial night, they would find nothing to see, nothing to focus upon, nothing to remind you that light had ever existed at all. You float here in this cosmic womb, this period that astronomers call the Dark Ages, not because it was evil or empty, but because it was waiting. The universe at this moment is like a vast concert hall in the moments before the orchestra begins to play, silent, expectant, full of potential that has not yet found its voice. The temperature has dropped to just a few degrees above absolute zero. The cosmic microwave background radiation, that last echo of creation's first light, whispers through space at wavelengths too long for any eye to see. Matter has begun to cool and settle, like snow drifting down onto a landscape that stretches beyond all imagination. The elements are simple here. Hydrogen making up about 3/4 of all matter, helium comprising most of the rest, with just a trace of lithium, the universe's first attempt at something more complex than the primordial pair. But you are not alone in this darkness, even though you cannot see your companions. Around you, invisible and patient, is dark matter, 5 times more abundant than the matter that will someday make stars and planets and people. This dark matter does not shine, does not glow, does not interact with light in any way that matter usually does. It is ghost-like, present but untouchable, massive but invisible. And yet, in this cosmic dark age, dark matter is the protagonist of the story, the architect of everything that is to come. It moves through space like a slow river, accumulating in vast streams and filaments, creating an invisible scaffolding upon which the visible universe will someday hang like ornaments on a cosmic tree. You cannot see these dark matter structures forming around you, but they are there, growing denser in some regions, thinner in others, creating the cosmic web that will guide the formation of every galaxy, every star, every world that will ever exist. In the darkness, something is building threads of matter too shy to shine, weaving the framework for everything that would come. The gravitational dance has begun, subtle and slow, as regions of slightly higher density begin to pull matter toward themselves. These are not dramatic collapses, not violent implosions, but gentle gatherings, as patient as the growth of mountains or the wearing away of continents. Imagine dark matter as an invisible current in a cosmic ocean, flowing in streams and eddies, creating vast structures that stretch across millions of light years. structures so large that they dwarf anything that will ever exist within them, and yet so subtle that they exert their influence through gravity alone, the gentlest and most persistent of all the cosmic forces. Time moves differently in these dark ages, without stars to mark the passage of eons, without the rhythmic pulsing of stellar life and death. Time becomes something purely abstract, a mathematical concept rather than an experiential reality. Millions of years pass, then tens of millions, then hundreds of millions. The universe grows larger as space itself expands, carrying the dark matter scaffolding with it, stretching the invisible web across ever greater distances. And within this web, ordinary matter, the hydrogen and helium that will someday shine, begins its own slow dance of accumulation. Gas falls into the gravitational wells created by dark matter, gathering in pools and streams, warming slightly from compression, but still far too cool and diffuse to ignite the nuclear fires that will define the age of stars. You witness the birth of structure from formlessness, the emergence of pattern from the seemingly patternless void. This is not the dramatic birth that creation myths often describe, no thunderclap of divine command, no sudden flowering of light from darkness. Instead, it is a birth as gradual and inevitable as the turning of seasons, as the slow accumulation of snow that will eventually become an avalanche. The universe is learning patience in these dark ages, learning that the greatest transformations often come not from sudden violence, but from the persistent pressure of time itself, the gentle but inexorable pull of gravity gathering matter, grain by grain across the vast expanses of space. The first seeds of galaxies are forming now, though they are nothing like the majestic spirals and ellipticals that will grace the cosmos billions of years hence. They are small, dense knots of dark matter surrounded by halos of gas, proto-galaxies that exist more as gravitational possibilities than as visible realities. These early galaxy seeds are numerous but tiny, each containing perhaps 1,000,000 times the mass of the Sun that does not yet exist, each destined to grow through collisions and mergers with its neighbours, through the slow accretion of gas and dark matter, through processes that will take billions of years to complete. In this cosmic dark age, the universe is not yet the realm of vast spiral galaxies separated by enormous voids, but rather a more uniform, more connected place where proto-galactic structures touch and merge in an intricate cosmic web. And in the darkness, something extraordinary is about to happen. The gas falling into these early gravitational wells is beginning to reach critical densities and temperatures. Hydrogen atoms are starting to collide with increasing frequency as they crowd together in the deepest wells of the dark matter scaffolding. The universe is approaching a threshold, a moment when matter will remember how to shine, when the darkness will end not with a gradual dawn, but with the sudden ignition of the first stars, massive, brilliant, and destined to transform the cosmos forever. But that moment has not yet arrived. For now you drift in the patient darkness, witnessing the invisible architecture of creation taking shape around you, feeling the gentle pressure of gravity gathering the raw materials for the age of light that is to come. From hydrogen and patience, the first furnaces learn to burn. The transition from darkness to light did not happen everywhere at once, but rather in scattered locations throughout the cosmic web, wherever dark matter had managed to accumulate enough ordinary matter to reach the critical threshold for stellar ignition. These first stars were unlike any that would follow, massive beyond imagining, some containing hundreds of times more matter than our own sun, burning with such fierce brilliance that they could shine across vast distances even in a universe that was still largely empty of light. They were called Population 3 stars by astronomers, the first stellar population, composed almost entirely of hydrogen and helium, with virtually none of the heavier elements that would characterize later generations of stars. They were cosmic pioneers, the universe's first experiment with nuclear fusion, and they burned hot and fast and brief, living for only a few million years before exhausting their fuel and dying in explosions so violent that they scattered the first heavy elements across vast regions of space. But before their dramatic deaths, these first stars served as cosmic lighthouses, ionizing the hydrogen gas around them and creating expanding bubbles of hot, glowing plasma in the cold, dark universe. This period, which astronomers call the epoch of Rayonization, marks the end of the cosmic dark ages and the beginning of the universe's transformation into the brilliantly illuminated cosmos we observe today. The light from these first stars travelled outward at the speed of light, but in an expanding universe, that meant it took time to illuminate even nearby regions of space. Imagine the universe as a vast darkened plain suddenly spotted with campfires, each fire casting its light in an expanding circle, the circles growing and beginning to overlap, until gradually the entire landscape is transformed from darkness into a realm of dancing light and shadow. These first stars were born in what would become the centres of the first true galaxies, small and irregular compared to the grand spirals that would evolve later, but galaxies nonetheless, gravitationally bound collections of stars, gas and dark matter that had learned to shine as unified entities rather than as isolated points of light. The nuclear fusion occurring in the cores of these first stars was more than just a source of energy. It was a cosmic factory transmuting hydrogen and helium into carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, silicon, iron, and dozens of other elements that had never existed before in the universe. For the first time in cosmic history, matter was becoming genuinely diverse, developing the chemical complexity that would eventually make possible the formation of rocky planets, organic molecules, and life itself. The gravitational influence of these first galaxies began to shape the larger structure of the universe as well. Their gravity pulled on surrounding dark matter and gas, accelerating the formation of the cosmic web and creating the first large-scale structures that would define the architecture of the cosmos for billions of years to come. Galaxy formation was not a gentle process. These early galaxies collided and merged with their neighbours in a cosmic dance of destruction and creation, each collision triggering new waves of star formation, new generations of stellar furnaces that would synthesize ever greater quantities of heavy elements and scatter them across ever wider regions of space. The universe was learning the rhythm of stellar birth and death, this cycle that would define the next 13 billion years of cosmic evolution. Stars formed from collapsing gas clouds, burned for millions or billions of years depending on their mass, then died in explosions or stellar winds that enriched the surrounding medium with heavy elements, which then became incorporated into the next generation of stars and planets. This stellar recycling program transformed the universe from a simple place, composed of just a few light elements, into an increasingly complex cosmic chemistry set, with each generation of stars adding new elements to the periodic table and new possibilities for the structures that matter could create. The storytellers always knew, First came the darkness, then the scattered lights that remembered how to gather. In Aboriginal Dreamtime stories, the ancestral spirits moved across the dark landscape of creation, their journeys creating the patterns of stars and constellations that would guide their descendants for tens of thousands of years. These songlines, as they came to be called, were more than just navigation aids. They were stories about how the universe learned to organize itself, how scattered elements came together to create meaningful patterns, how the cosmos developed the capacity for beauty and connection across vast distances of space and time. The Aboriginal peoples understood something profound about cosmic evolution. That structure emerges from relationship, that meaning comes from connection, that the universe becomes itself through the patient weaving of countless individual stories into a larger cosmic narrative. Greek mythology told similar stories through different metaphors, describing how chaos, the primordial void, gave birth to Gaia, the earth, and to Erebus and Nyx, the personifications of darkness and night. But from this darkness came Eros, the force of attraction and love, which brought together the scattered elements of creation and made possible the birth of the gods and goddesses who would populate the heavens. The Greeks understood that creation was not a single event but an ongoing process, a continuous emergence of order from disorder, of pattern from randomness, of light from darkness. Their cosmogony recognized that the universe had a natural tendency toward complexity and beauty, but that this tendency required time and patience and the persistent action of attractive forces, whether gravitational, electromagnetic, or the mysterious force they called Eros to manifest in visible form. Hindu cosmology spoke of the cosmic cycles of creation and destruction, the endless rhythm of expansion and contraction that governs the universe across vast periods of time called kalpas. In these stories, the universe periodically returns to an unmanifest state, a cosmic sleep during which all structure and form dissolve back into pure potential, only to emerge again in a new cycle of creation when Brahma, the creator aspect of the divine, begins to dream a new cosmic dream. The dark ages of the early universe echo this mythic pattern, a period of rest and potential between the initial burst of creation and the emergence of the structured, illuminated cosmos that would follow. The ancient storytellers understood that creation is not a single event but a rhythmic process, a cosmic breathing in which periods of manifestation alternate with periods of rest and renewal. These mythic insights find their scientific parallel in our modern understanding of galaxy formation as a hierarchical process, a cosmic construction project that builds complexity from the bottom up. Small structures form first and then merge to create larger ones, in a process that continues to this day as galaxies collide and combine to form ever larger galactic clusters and superclusters. The universe revealed by modern astronomy is neither static nor simple, but dynamic and evolving, constantly creating new structures while preserving the patterns and relationships established in its earliest epochs. We are still discovering how emptiness learns to dance with itself. Modern computer simulations of galaxy formation reveal a universe that is far more dynamic and interconnected than early astronomers imagined. These simulations, which track the evolution of both dark matter and ordinary matter across billions of years of cosmic time, show how the cosmic web of dark matter filaments channels, gas flows across vast distances, how galaxies form at the intersections of these filaments, and how supermassive black holes, objects millions or billions of times more massive than our Sun grow at the centers of galaxies and regulate star formation through their powerful gravitational and electromagnetic influences. The Hubble Space Telescope and its successors have allowed us to observe galaxy formation directly by looking at increasingly distant and ancient galaxies, seeing them as they were when the universe was young and star formation rates were much higher than they are today. These observations reveal a universe that was more chaotic and violent in its youth, with higher rates of galaxy mergers, more intense star formation, and more active supermassive black holes. The early universe was like a cosmic adolescent energetic, rapidly growing, sometimes awkward in its transformations, but gradually learning the patterns and relationships that would characterize its maturity. One of the most surprising discoveries of modern astronomy is the crucial role played by supermassive black holes in galaxy formation and evolution. Far from being cosmic vacuum cleaners that simply consume everything around them, these massive objects appear to regulate star formation in their host galaxies through complex feedback mechanisms. When gas falls toward a supermassive black hole, it heats up and emits intense radiation that can drive powerful winds throughout the galaxy, either triggering new episodes of star formation or shutting down star formation entirely, depending on the specific conditions. This discovery has revolutionized our understanding of galaxy evolution, revealing it to be a delicate balance between the infall of gas from the cosmic web, the formation of stars, and the regulatory influence of central black holes. Current observations suggest that virtually every large galaxy contains a supermassive black hole at its center, and that the mass of this black hole is closely correlated with the mass of the galaxy's central bulge of stars. This correlation suggests that galaxies and their central black holes grow together through some kind of coordinated evolutionary process, though the details of this process are still being worked out by astronomers around the world. The relationship between galaxies and their black holes is one of the great puzzles of modern cosmology, a reminder that the universe is full of connections and relationships that we are still learning to perceive and understand. The cosmic web itself continues to evolve, with dark matter filaments growing thicker and more defined over time as matter flows along them toward the intersections where galaxy clusters form. These galaxy clusters, containing hundreds or thousands of individual galaxies bound together by gravity, are the largest gravitationally bound structures in the universe, cosmic cities that can stretch across tens of millions of light-years of space. Between these clusters lie vast cosmic voids, regions where few galaxies form and dark matter is relatively sparse, creating a cosmic architecture that resembles a three-dimensional spider web on the larger scales accessible to observation. And yet, for all our sophisticated understanding of galaxy formation and evolution, the process retains a profound sense of mystery and wonder. How does the universe manage to create such beautiful and complex structures from such simple initial conditions? How do billions of stars learn to move together in the graceful spiral patterns that characterize disk galaxies like our own Milky Way? How do supermassive black holes, which contain only a tiny fraction of a galaxy's total mass, manage to influence star formation throughout regions thousands of times larger than themselves? These questions remind us that galaxy formation is not just a mechanical process, but something closer to a cosmic art form, a demonstration of the universe's inherent creativity and its capacity for generating beauty and meaning on scales that dwarf human comprehension. And maybe, in the space between galaxies, The universe is still remembering how to gather light from darkness. Even now, billions of years after the first galaxies formed, the process of galaxy formation continues. Small galaxies merge to form larger ones. Gas continues to flow along dark matter filaments to fuel new episodes of star formation, and supermassive black holes continue to grow and influence their surroundings in ways we are still learning to understand. The Milky Way itself is scheduled to collide with the Andromeda Galaxy in approximately 4 billion years, an event that will trigger new waves of star formation and ultimately result in the creation of a single, larger elliptical galaxy that astronomers have already nicknamed Milkomeda. But galaxy formation is not just an ongoing physical process, it is also an ongoing process of cosmic self-discovery. Every time we build a more powerful telescope, every time we develop more sophisticated computer simulations, every time we observe a more distant galaxy, we are participating in the universe's attempt to understand its own history and evolution. We are not separate observers of cosmic evolution, but part of the process itself, products of billions of years of galaxy formation and stellar nucleosynthesis, who have developed the capacity to observe and contemplate our own origins. When you look up at the night sky and see the Milky Way stretching across the darkness, you're seeing your own galaxy from the inside, observing the result of billions of years of cosmic evolution that began in the dark ages we have been exploring together. The light you see comes from hundreds of billions of stars, most of them formed from gas that was enriched with heavy elements by previous generations of stars, in a cosmic recycling program that connects your existence to the nuclear furnaces that burned in the early universe. You're made of galaxy stuff, star stuff, matter that has been processed through multiple cycles of stellar birth and death. Matter that carries within itself the history of cosmic evolution from the dark ages to the present moment. Look up tonight. What galaxy patterns do you see? Even if you live in a city where light pollution obscures the fainter stars, you can still see the brightest members of our galactic community, the stars that mark out the constellations that have guided human imagination for thousands of years. These constellation patterns are accidents of perspective. The stars that appear close together in the sky are usually at vastly different distances from Earth, but they remind us that meaning emerges from relationship, that the universe becomes beautiful not through the isolated existence of individual objects, but through the patterns and connections that link everything together in a cosmic web of relationship and mutual influence. The next time you feel small or insignificant under the vastness of the night sky, remember that you are not separate from that vastness, but part of it, not a tiny accident in an indifferent universe, but an expression of the universe's own capacity for self-awareness and wonder. The atoms in your body were forged in stellar furnaces. The molecules that enable your thoughts were assembled through processes that connect you directly to the cosmic web of galaxy formation and evolution. You are how the universe has learned to look at itself, to contemplate its own beauty, to ask questions about its own origins and destiny. From darkness, the spiral arms that hold us; from emptiness, home. The story of galaxy formation is ultimately the story of how the universe learned to create homes for complexity, beauty, and consciousness. Homes like the solar system, homes like the Earth, homes like the communities of life that have emerged on our planet, and perhaps on countless others throughout the cosmos. Galaxies are not just collections of stars and gas and dark matter, but cosmic ecosystems environments within which the universe can explore its own creative potential and develop new forms of organization and awareness. And as we drift towards sleep, surrounded by the invisible but persistent influence of our own galaxy's gravitational field, we can take comfort in knowing that we're held by structures billions of years in the making, cradled by the cosmic web that connects us to every other galaxy in the observable universe. The darkness between the stars is not empty, but full of dark matter, full of cosmic rays, full of the whispered stories of stellar death and birth, full of the possibility that somewhere else in our galaxy or in distant galaxies, other forms of consciousness are looking up at their own night skies and wondering about their place in the cosmic story that we all share. But our journey through the birth of galaxies is not yet complete. As we rest here in the knowledge of how light first gathered itself from darkness, we prepare to explore what happened next, how those first massive, short-lived stars died in explosions so violent that they scattered the seeds of complexity across vast regions of space, how the elements they created became incorporated into new generations of stars and planets, and how the universe gradually developed the chemical complexity necessary for the emergence of rocky worlds, organic molecules, and eventually life itself. Only in the violence of stellar death could gold remember how to shine. The first generation of stars, those massive population 3 giants that ended the cosmic dark ages, were destined for brief but spectacular lives. Unlike the sun, which will burn steadily for 10 billion years, these primordial stars consumed their nuclear fuel at prodigious rates, racing through their life cycles in just a few million years, a cosmic eye blink compared to the age of the universe, but long enough to fundamentally transform the chemistry of space itself. As these stars aged, their cores became increasingly hot and dense, creating the extreme conditions necessary for nuclear fusion to forge elements heavier than the hydrogen and helium with which they began. In the innermost regions of these stellar furnaces, temperatures reached hundreds of millions of degrees, pressures exceeded anything achievable on Earth, and the fundamental forces of nature collaborated to build a periodic table, one nuclear reaction at a time. The process began simply enough, with hydrogen nuclei fusing to form helium in the same reaction that powers our own sun today. But in these massive first stars, the nuclear furnace did not stop there. As the hydrogen fuel in the core was exhausted, the star began to contract under its own gravity, and this contraction heated the core until helium nuclei could overcome their mutual electromagnetic repulsion and fuse together to form carbon. The creation of carbon was a cosmic milestone, marking the universe's first step beyond the simple elements produced in the Big Bang itself. Carbon, with its ability to form complex molecular chains, would eventually become the backbone of organic chemistry and life as we know it. But the star did not pause to celebrate this achievement. Driven by the relentless pressure of its own gravity, it continued to burn, fusing carbon into neon, neon into oxygen, oxygen into silicon, in a cascade of nuclear reactions that built progressively heavier elements in the star's core. Each stage of this nuclear burning process occurred more rapidly than the last, as the star became increasingly desperate to maintain the outward pressure needed to balance its own gravitational collapse. The silicon burning phase, the final stage of nuclear fusion that a star can sustain, lasted only days or weeks, producing iron, cobalt, and nickel in the star's core. But iron represents a fundamental limit in stellar nuclear chemistry, iron nuclei are so tightly bound that fusing them together actually absorbs energy rather than releasing it. When the core of a massive star fills with iron, nuclear fusion can no longer provide the energy needed to support the star against its own gravity, and catastrophic collapse becomes inevitable. The collapse of a stellar core is one of the most violent events in the universe, occurring in less than a second as matter, compressed to nuclear densities, rebounds in a shock wave that races outward through the star at thousands of kilometers per second. This is a supernova explosion, and in that brief moment of stellar death, the universe created its first opportunity to forge elements heavier than iron. The intense neutron flux produced during core collapse enabled rapid neutron capture processes that built elements like gold, platinum, and uranium elements that could not be created through the slow nuclear burning that characterized the star's life, but which required the extreme conditions present only during stellar death. In these cosmic crucibles, matter was pushed to its creative limits, as neutrons were captured faster than they could decay, enabling the synthesis of the heavier stable elements in the periodic table. But the supernova was more than just a nuclear synthesis laboratory. It was also a cosmic distributor, scattering the elements created in the star's core across vast regions of space. The explosion accelerated stellar material to speeds of thousands of kilometers per second, creating expanding shells of gas enriched with heavy elements that would travel for millions of years before finally coming to rest in the interstellar medium. This enriched gas would eventually be incorporated into the next generation of stars and planetary systems, carrying with it the chemical complexity that would make possible the formation of rocky planets, organic molecules, and all the intricate chemistry upon which life depends. The universe was learning to diversify its chemical portfolio through these stellar death throes, transforming from a cosmos composed almost entirely of hydrogen and helium into an increasingly complex chemical laboratory. Each supernova explosion added to the heavy element abundance of the interstellar medium, gradually enriching the gas clouds from which future stars would form. This process of cosmic chemical evolution would continue for billions of years, with each generation of stars incorporating slightly more heavy elements than the generation before, until eventually the universe would become capable of forming solar systems like our own, where rocky planets could condense from dust grains composed of silicon, iron, and other heavy elements forged in the hearts of ancient stars. The supernova explosions of the first stars also played a crucial role in shaping the structure and evolution of early galaxies. The energy released in these explosions created super bubbles of hot, expanding gas that could blow material completely out of small galaxies, temporarily halting star formation and redistributing heavy elements across vast regions of space. This feedback between star formation and stellar death helped regulate the growth of early galaxies, preventing them from converting all their gas into stars too quickly, and ensuring that some raw material remained available for future episodes of star formation. The universe was learning the delicate balance between creation and destruction, between the formation of new stars and the recycling of stellar material that would characterize galactic evolution for billions of years to come. As we witness these first stellar deaths from our vantage point in cosmic time, we begin to understand that the universe operates according to principles of cosmic recycling that connect the death of ancient stars to the birth of everything we see around us today. the calcium in our bones was forged in the nuclear furnaces of massive stars that died billions of years ago. The iron in our blood was created in stellar cores and scattered across space in supernova explosions that lit up ancient skies with the brilliance of entire galaxies. The gold in our jewelry and electronics was synthesized in the neutron-rich environments created during stellar core collapse, when matter was subjected to conditions so extreme that they existed nowhere else in the universe except in the hearts of exploding stars. This realization transforms our understanding of our place in the cosmic story. We are not separate from the universe, but intimately connected to its most dramatic and creative processes. Our bodies are literally made of star stuff, composed of atoms that have been processed through multiple cycles of stellar birth and death. Atoms that carry within their nuclear structure the history of cosmic chemical evolution, from the simple universe of the Dark Ages to the complex, chemically diverse cosmos we inhabit today. Every breath we take contains oxygen atoms that were forged in stellar cores. Every heartbeat is enabled by carbon atoms that were created in the nuclear furnaces of ancient stars. Every thought is made possible by the complex chemistry of elements that exist only because massive stars were willing to die in violent explosions that scattered the seeds of complexity across the cosmos. The alchemists were right. We're all made of transformed starlight, only they didn't know stars were the crucibles. For thousands of years, human beings have sought to understand the relationship between the earthly and the celestial, between the materials of which we are made and the lights that shine in the night sky. Medieval alchemists spent their lives trying to transmute base metals into gold, seeking the philosopher's stone that would enable them to transform one element into another. They believed that such transformation was possible because they sensed a fundamental unity underlying the apparent diversity of matter, an intuition that matter in all its forms was ultimately composed of the same basic substance arranged in different patterns and relationships. The alchemists were remarkably prescient in their understanding that the elements were not fixed and immutable, but could be transformed from one into another under the right conditions. They lacked only the knowledge that those conditions existed not in earthly laboratories, but in the hearts of stars, where temperatures and pressures millions of times greater than anything achievable on Earth enabled the nuclear transformations they sought to create through chemical means. The philosopher's stone they searched for was not a magical substance, but rather the nuclear furnace at the center of every massive star. The cosmic laboratory, where hydrogen is transmuted into helium, helium into carbon, carbon into oxygen, and so forth, up the periodic table to iron and beyond. Ancient Greek philosophers like Empedocles proposed that all matter was composed of four fundamental elements: earth, air, fire, and water, that could combine in different proportions to create the diversity of substances observed in the natural world. This four-element theory dominated Western thought for more than 2,000 years, and while it was ultimately replaced by our modern understanding of atomic chemistry, it contained important insights about the fundamental unity underlying material diversity. The Greeks understood that complexity emerges from the combination and recombination of simpler elements, that the infinite variety of the natural world could be understood in terms of a small number of fundamental principles or substances. We now know that the Greeks were closer to the truth than they realized. The universe is indeed constructed from a relatively small number of fundamental building blocks, the 92 naturally occurring elements of the periodic table. But these elements themselves are composed of even simpler constituents: protons, neutrons, and electrons. the incredible diversity of matter that we observe, from the silicon and oxygen that make up the rocks beneath our feet to the carbon and nitrogen that enable the chemistry of life, all emerges from different arrangements of the same basic nuclear and electronic building blocks. The universe is fundamentally creative, finding infinite ways to combine and recombine the same simple ingredients to produce the endless variety of structures and substances that make up the physical world. Hindu cosmology speaks of the 5 elements: earth, water, fire, air, and space, as the fundamental constituents from which all material forms are constructed. These elements are understood not as chemical substances, but as archetypal principles or qualities that manifest in different ways at different scale of existence. Earth represents solidity and stability, water represents fluidity and adaptability, fire represents transformation and energy, air represents movement and communication, and space represents the fundamental openness or emptiness within which all manifestation occurs. This 5-element system recognizes that material diversity emerges from the dynamic interaction of a small number of fundamental principles, each of which contributes essential qualities to the structures and processes of the physical world. Modern astronomy reveals that this ancient wisdom contains profound insights about cosmic evolution. The heavy elements created in stellar nuclear synthesis do indeed embody the archetypal qualities described in traditional cosmologies. The silicon and iron that form the rocky cores of planets manifest the earth principle of solidity and stability. The hydrogen and oxygen that combine to form water throughout the universe embody the water principle of fluidity and the capacity to dissolve and transport other substances. The nuclear fusion processes that power stars exemplify the fire principle of transformation and the conversion of one form of matter into another. The gases that flow through interstellar space and spiral around galaxies express the air principle of movement and circulation, and the dark energy that drives cosmic expansion embodies the space principle of fundamental openness and the capacity for infinite growth and manifestation. Chinese philosophy developed the concept of wuxing, often translated as the 5 elements, but more accurately understood as 5 phases or transformational processes that govern all change and development in the natural world. These 5 phases, wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, are understood not as static substances but as dynamic processes that generate and control each other in cyclical patterns. Wood feeds fire, fire creates earth, ash, earth produces metal through geological processes, metal collects water through condensation, and water nourishes wood, completing the cycle. Each phase also controls or limits another phase, creating a system of checks and balances that maintain stability while allowing for continuous transformation and development. This cyclical understanding of elemental transformation provides a remarkably accurate metaphor for the processes of cosmic chemical evolution that we observe in stellar nucleosynthesis and galactic recycling. Stars are born from clouds of gas and dust, the wood phase, burn through nuclear fusion, the fire phase, create heavy elements in their cores and atmospheres, the earth phase, synthesize metals and other complex substances, the metal phase, and die in explosions or stellar winds that return enriched material to the interstellar medium, the water phase, where it can eventually be incorporated into new generations of stars and planetary systems. The universe operates according to principles of cyclical transformation that the ancient Chinese philosophers understood intuitively, even though they lacked the specific scientific knowledge of nuclear physics and stellar evolution that we possess today. These traditional cosmologies remind us that the story of stellar nucleosynthesis and galactic chemical evolution is not just a scientific account of physical processes, but also a spiritual teaching about the fundamental interconnectedness of all things. The elements in our bodies have journeyed through multiple cycles of stellar birth and death, connecting us intimately to the creative processes that have been operating in the universe for billions of years. We are not separate observers of cosmic evolution, but participants in it, temporary arrangements of star-forged atoms that have developed the capacity to contemplate their own origins and to wonder about their place in the larger cosmic story. We are not just made of star stuff, we are the universe's way of experiencing its own creativity. Through us, the cosmos has developed the ability to study itself, to trace the pathways by which simple hydrogen and helium have been transformed into the complex chemistry that enables consciousness, emotion, art, and wonder. When we look up at the stars, we are quite literally seeing the furnaces in which the atoms of our bodies were forged. When we contemplate the beauty of a galaxy, we're witnessing the same creative processes that operate within our own cells and organs. The universe is not just our environment, it is our substance, our history, our ongoing creative process. Current research in stellar nucleosynthesis continues to reveal new details about how the elements were created and distributed throughout the universe. Advanced computer simulations of supernova explosions show how different elements are synthesized in different parts of the exploding star, and how they are mixed and distributed by the complex fluid dynamics of the explosion itself. These simulations reveal that element production in supernova is not a simple uniform process, but rather a complex three-dimensional phenomenon in which different isotopes are created in different regions of the star and mixed together in intricate patterns as the explosion progresses. Observations of ancient stars in our own galaxy and in nearby galaxies provide direct evidence for the gradual chemical enrichment of the universe over cosmic time. The oldest stars, formed when the universe was only a few billion years old, contain much lower abundances of heavy elements than younger stars like our Sun, which formed about 4.5 billion years ago from gas that had already been enriched by many previous generations of stellar deaths. By studying the chemical compositions of stars of different ages, astronomers can trace the history of cosmic chemical evolution and understand how the elemental abundance patterns we observe today were built up through billions of years of stellar nucleosynthesis. Recent discoveries of gravitational waves from neutron star mergers have revealed that these collisions are also important sites of heavy element synthesis, particularly for elements like gold and platinum that require very rapid neutron capture processes to form. When two neutron stars spiral into each other and merge, they create conditions even more extreme than those found in supernova explosions, enabling the synthesis of the heaviest elements in the periodic table through what astronomers call the R process, rapid neutron capture. These neutron star mergers are rare events, occurring perhaps only once every 100,000 years in a galaxy like our own, but they appear to be responsible for producing much of the gold, platinum and uranium that we observe in the universe today. The study of meteorites provides another window into the processes of stellar nucleosynthesis and cosmic chemical evolution. Some meteorites contain presolar grains, tiny crystals that formed around dying stars billions of years ago and were incorporated into the disk of gas and dust from which our solar system condensed. These presolar grains preserve the isotopic signatures of the nuclear processes that created them, allowing scientists to study stellar nucleosynthesis directly by analyzing material that was actually present in the atmospheres of ancient stars. Each grain tells a story about the stellar environment in which it formed, providing detailed information about the temperature, density, and chemical composition of stellar atmospheres that existed long before our solar system came into being. As we continue to unravel the mysteries of cosmic chemical evolution, we're developing an increasingly detailed understanding of how the universe has transformed itself from a simple place, composed almost entirely of hydrogen and helium, into the complex, chemically diverse cosmos we inhabit today. This transformation was not a single event, but an ongoing process that continues even now, as new stars form from gas clouds enriched by previous generations of stellar deaths, and as those new stars begin their own cycles of nuclear burning that will eventually add even more heavy elements to the cosmic mix. But the process of cosmic chemical evolution is not just about the creation of new elements, it is also about the destruction and recycling of existing ones. When stars explode as supernovae, they not only create new heavy elements, but also break apart some of the elements that existed before, creating a complex balance between synthesis and destruction that determines the final elemental abundances we observe in the universe. Similarly, when gas falls into supermassive black holes at the centers of galaxies, it can be heated to temperatures so high that heavy elements are broken apart into their constituent protons and neutrons, effectively reversing some of the nuclear processing that occurred in stellar cores. The universe is engaged in a constant process of chemical experimentation, trying out different combinations of elements and testing their stability under various conditions. Some combinations prove to be stable and persistent, forming the basis for complex structures like planets, minerals, and biological molecules. Other combinations are unstable and quickly break apart, returning their constituent atoms to the cosmic recycling program. Through this process of trial and error, the universe has gradually learned to create increasingly complex and stable chemical structures, culminating in the organic molecules that enable life and consciousness. And yet, for all our scientific understanding of stellar nucleosynthesis and cosmic chemical evolution, the process retains a profound sense of mystery and wonder. How does the universe manage to create such exquisite chemical complexity from such simple initial conditions? Why do the nuclear processes operating in stellar cores produce exactly the right mixture of elements needed to form rocky planets and organic molecules? How is it that the death of ancient stars billions of years ago created the chemical conditions necessary for our own existence today? These questions remind us that cosmic chemical evolution is not just a mechanical process, but something closer to a cosmic art form, a demonstration of the universe's inherent creativity and its capacity for generating beauty and meaning through the patient transformation of simple matter into complex structures. We are not just the products of stellar nucleosynthesis. We are its most remarkable achievement, temporary arrangements of star-forged atoms that have learned to contemplate their own origins and to wonder about their place in the cosmic story that connects us to every star that has ever lived and died. Perhaps consciousness is what the universe uses to observe itself, and we are its most intimate self-portrait. Through the evolution of stars and galaxies, through the synthesis and distribution of heavy elements, through the formation of planets and the emergence of life, the universe has been conducting a vast experiment in self-awareness, gradually developing the capacity to know itself from the inside. We are not separate from this process, but central to it, representing the current culmination of billions of years of cosmic evolution that began with the first stars and continues through our own attempts to understand our origins and our destiny. When we study the processes of stellar nuclear synthesis, when we trace the pathways by which heavy elements were created and distributed throughout the cosmos, when we recognize that our own bodies are composed of atoms forged in ancient stellar furnaces, we are participating in the universe's ongoing project of self-discovery. We are how the universe has learned to ask questions about itself, to trace its own history, to wonder about its own meaning and purpose. Through our scientific investigations and our philosophical reflections, the cosmos is engaged in a continuous process of self-examination and self-understanding that transforms mere physical processes into something approaching cosmic consciousness. The story of cosmic chemical evolution is ultimately the story of how matter learned to become aware of itself, how atoms forged in stellar cores eventually organize themselves into structures complex enough to support consciousness, memory and wonder. From the nuclear furnaces of the first stars to the neural networks of thinking beings, the universe has been engaged in a continuous process of complexification and self-organization that defies simple explanation and continues to unfold in ways that surprise and delight us. As we rest here in the knowledge of how stellar death enabled cosmic creativity, we prepare to explore the next chapter in this ongoing story of universal self-discovery, how the heavy elements scattered by dying stars eventually found their way into the formation of new kinds of celestial objects that would prove capable of supporting the complex chemistry necessary for life, and how the universe gradually developed the capacity for biological evolution and the emergence of consciousness itself. But that is a story for another moment, another breath in the cosmic rhythm of sleeping and waking that carries us deeper into the mystery of how emptiness learned not just to shine, but to dream. The cosmic web that emerged from those first galaxy formations continues to evolve around us even now, billions of years after those initial population 3 stars burned out in their spectacular deaths. We exist within this web, not as observers from the outside, but as integral participants in its ongoing development. Temporary arrangements of heavy elements that were forged in ancient stellar cores and distributed across vast regions of space through supernova explosions that occurred long before our solar system existed. The galaxy that holds us, the Milky Way, is itself a product of countless mergers and interactions with smaller galaxies over the past 13 billion years, a spiral structure that has learned to maintain its elegant form even as it continuously incorporates new material from its surroundings and exchanges matter and energy with the cosmic web that connects it to every other galaxy in the observable universe. When we observe distant galaxies through our most powerful telescopes, we're not just seeing other collections of stars and gas and dark matter. We are seeing different stages in the same evolutionary process that created our own galactic home. The most distant galaxies, observed as they were when the universe was less than 1 billion years old, appear smaller and more irregular than the majestic spirals and ellipticals that dominate the nearby universe today. These early galaxies were still in the process of assembly, still growing through mergers and accretion, still learning the gravitational dynamics that would eventually sculpt them into the stable, long-lived structures that could serve as cradles for billions of generations of stars and planetary systems. The spiral arms of galaxies like our own Milky Way are not fixed structures, but rather density waves that propagate through the galactic disk, compressing gas and triggering star formation as they pass. These spiral waves are among the most beautiful and mysterious features of galactic architecture, creating patterns that persist for billions of years, even though the individual stars that outline them are constantly changing. The spiral structure serves as a cosmic recycling system, concentrating gas and dust in regions where new stars can form, while the stellar winds and supernova explosions of massive stars enrich the interstellar medium with heavy elements and trigger the formation of new generations of stars and planetary systems. Our own solar system formed about 4.5 billion years ago in just such a spiral arm, condensing from a cloud of gas and dust that had been enriched with heavy elements by countless previous generations of stellar deaths. The sun ignited at the center of this collapsing cloud, while the surrounding material gradually coalesced into the planets, moons, asteroids, and comets that make up our local cosmic neighborhood. This process of planetary system formation appears to be common throughout the galaxy, with recent observations revealing thousands of exoplanets orbiting other stars, many of them in configurations remarkably similar to our own solar system. The formation of planetary systems represents a new stage in cosmic evolution, a transition from the large-scale structure of galaxies and star clusters to the smaller-scale organization of individual stellar systems. Planets are cosmic laboratories where the heavy elements created in stellar nucleosynthesis can combine and recombine in countless different ways, creating the complex chemistry that makes possible phenomena like weather, geology, and eventually biology. Rocky planets like Earth serve as natural experiments in chemical complexity, places where the products of stellar evolution can interact over geological timescales to create environments capable of supporting life. The Earth itself is a remarkable example of how cosmic chemical evolution has enabled the emergence of complexity and organization on scales ranging from the molecular to the planetary. Our planet's iron core was forged in the nuclear furnaces of ancient stars and concentrated through gravitational differentiation during the early stages of planetary formation. The silicon and oxygen that make up the rocks of the Earth's crust were also products of stellar nucleosynthesis, created through nuclear fusion in stellar cores and distributed through space by stellar winds and supernova explosions. The water in our oceans formed when hydrogen created in the Big Bang combined with oxygen forged in stellar cores, while the carbon dioxide in our atmosphere represents the union of carbon and oxygen atoms that were both synthesized in the hearts of dying stars. But Earth is more than just a collection of stellar products. It is a living system where these elements have learned to organize themselves into increasingly complex and dynamic structures. The carbon cycle that regulates our planet's climate involves the continuous exchange of carbon atoms between the atmosphere, oceans, rocks, and living organisms, creating a planetary metabolism that has maintained relatively stable conditions for billions of years. The water cycle that drives our weather systems is powered by solar energy and involves the constant circulation of water molecules between the oceans, atmosphere, and land surfaces, creating a global circulation system that distributes heat and moisture around the planet. These planetary cycles represent a new form of cosmic organization, a level of complexity that emerges when the products of stellar evolution are concentrated on planetary surfaces and allowed to interact over geological timescales. Planets are not just passive collections of stellar debris, but active, dynamic systems where matter and energy are continuously reorganized through processes like plate tectonics, atmospheric circulation, and the hydrological cycle. Through these processes, planets serve as cosmic laboratories where the universe can experiment with new forms of order and complexity that would be impossible in the harsh environment of interstellar space. The emergence of life on Earth represents perhaps the most remarkable example of how cosmic chemical evolution has enabled the creation of new forms of organization and complexity. Life is, at its most fundamental level, a way for matter to organize itself into structures that can maintain their identity and reproduce themselves even while continuously exchanging matter and energy with their environment. Living organisms are temporary arrangements of atoms that have learned to create and maintain complex patterns of organization through processes like metabolism, growth, and reproduction. But life is not separate from cosmic evolution. It is a continuation of it by other means. The same principles of self-organization and complexification that govern the formation of galaxies, stars, and planets also operate in biological systems, creating the hierarchical organization that characterizes living things from the molecular level of DNA and proteins up to the ecosystem level of entire biospheres. Life represents a new phase in the universe's ongoing experiment with complexity and organization, a phase in which matter has learned to create structures that can adapt and evolve over time. The evolution of life on Earth over the past 4 billion years has been driven by the same processes of variation, selection, and reproduction that govern cosmic evolution more generally. Just as galaxies evolve through mergers and interactions, and just as stars evolve through nuclear burning and mass loss, living organisms evolve through genetic variation and natural selection, constantly experimenting with new forms of organization and new strategies for survival and reproduction. The history of life on Earth is a story of increasing complexity and diversification, as simple single-celled organisms have given rise to multicellular life forms, complex ecosystems, and eventually to conscious beings capable of contemplating their own origins and place in the cosmic story. The emergence of consciousness represents perhaps the most remarkable development in the entire history of cosmic evolution. Through consciousness, the universe has developed the capacity to observe and understand itself from the inside, to create internal models of its own structure and dynamics, to remember its own history, and to anticipate its own future. Conscious beings like ourselves are cosmic instruments of observation and reflection, ways for the universe to study itself and to wonder about its own meaning and purpose. But consciousness is not an accident or an afterthought in cosmic evolution. It appears to be a natural outgrowth of the same processes of complexification and self-organization that have been operating since the earliest moments of cosmic history. The neural networks that enable consciousness are built from the same atomic and molecular components that make up stars and galaxies, organized according to the same principles of hierarchical structure and dynamic interaction that characterize complex systems throughout the universe. In a very real sense, consciousness represents the universe becoming aware of itself, the culmination of billions of years of cosmic evolution that began with the first fluctuations in the quantum vacuum and continues through our own attempts to understand our origins and our destiny. When we study the formation and evolution of galaxies, when we trace the pathways by which heavy elements were created and distributed throughout the cosmos, when we contemplate the emergence of planets and life and consciousness, we are not just accumulating scientific knowledge, we are participating in the universe's ongoing project of self-understanding. Through our observations and theories, through our scientific instruments and our mathematical models, through our philosophical reflections and our artistic expressions, we are helping the cosmos to understand itself more completely and more deeply. This perspective transforms our understanding of what it means to be human and what our role might be in the larger cosmic story. We are not separate from the universe, but expressions of it. Not observers of cosmic evolution, but participants in it. Not accidents in an indifferent cosmos, but the way the cosmos has learned to reflect upon itself and to discover meaning and purpose in its own existence. Our curiosity about the universe is the universe's curiosity about itself. Our wonder at the beauty and complexity of nature is nature's own amazement at its own creativity. Our search for meaning and understanding is the cosmos engaged in a continuous process of self-discovery and self-transformation. The galaxies that we observe through our telescopes are not just distant collections of stars and gas. They are our cosmic relatives, part of the same evolutionary process that created us, governed by the same physical laws that operate in our own bodies and minds. The light that reaches us from distant galaxies has been travelling for billions of years to bring us information about the early stages of cosmic evolution, connecting us directly to events that occurred long before our solar system existed. When we observe a distant galaxy, we are seeing photons that were emitted by stars that lived and died billions of years ago. Photons that have been travelling through space for most of the age of the universe to reach our eyes and our instruments. This cosmic perspective reveals that we are embedded in a web of relationships and connections that extends across all scales of space and time. The atoms in our bodies were forged in stellar cores. The molecules that enable our metabolism were assembled through chemical processes that connect us directly to the evolution of planetary atmospheres and oceans. The genes that encode our biological inheritance carry information that has been passed down through billions of years of evolutionary history. We're not isolated individuals, but nodes in a cosmic network of matter, energy, and information that encompasses the entire observable universe. The recognition of our cosmic embeddedness has profound implications for how we understand ourselves and our place in the world. If we are truly expressions of cosmic evolution, then our thoughts and feelings, our creativity and our capacity for love, our scientific discoveries and our artistic achievements are all manifestations of the universe's own creative potential. Through us, the cosmos has learned to create music and poetry, to develop scientific theories and philosophical insights, to experience beauty and wonder and love. We're not just products of cosmic evolution, we're some of its most remarkable achievements, ways for the universe to experience and understand itself in entirely new ways. But our cosmic heritage also carries with it certain responsibilities. If we are indeed expressions of the universe's own creative potential, then we have a responsibility to use that potential wisely, to contribute to the ongoing process of cosmic evolution in ways that enhance rather than diminish the complexity and beauty of the world around us. Our scientific investigations help the universe to understand itself more completely. Our artistic creations add new forms of beauty and meaning to the cosmic story. Our ethical choices determine whether the future evolution of consciousness will lead toward greater wisdom and compassion or toward conflict and destruction. The same processes that created the galaxies and the stars, that forged the heavy elements and assembled them into planets and living beings, continue to operate through us and our civilizations. We are participants in cosmic evolution, not just its products, and the choices we make and the actions we take will influence the future direction of that evolution for billions of years to come. The universe has invested billions of years of evolutionary experimentation in creating beings like us, and it is now up to us to determine whether that investment will lead to greater consciousness and wisdom, or to the premature termination of one of evolution's most promising experiments. The story of galaxy formation that we've been exploring together is not just ancient history, it is ongoing reality. New galaxies are still forming through the merger and interaction of smaller structures. New stars are still being born in stellar nurseries throughout the cosmos. New planetary systems are still condensing from clouds of gas and dust, enriched with heavy elements by previous generations of stellar evolution. The cosmic web that connects all galaxies continues to evolve and complexify, creating new opportunities for the emergence of structure and organization on scales that we are only beginning to understand. Recent observations have revealed that the formation of galaxies is a more complex and dynamic process than astronomers initially realized. Galaxies do not simply form once and then remain static. They continue to evolve throughout their lifetimes, acquiring new material through accretion from the cosmic web, losing material through stellar winds and supernova explosions, and restructuring themselves through interactions with neighboring galaxies. The Milky Way itself is currently in the process of cannibalizing several smaller galaxies, including the Sagittarius Dwarf Galaxy, which is being torn apart by tidal forces as it orbits through our galactic halo. In approximately 4 billion years, our galaxy will collide with the Andromeda Galaxy, in what astronomers have dubbed the galactic collision. This event will trigger new waves of star formation as gas clouds in the two galaxies are compressed and heated by gravitational interactions, ultimately resulting in the formation of a single, larger, elliptical galaxy that has been nicknamed Milkomeda. The collision will not be destructive in the way that we might imagine. The distances between individual stars are so vast that very few stars will actually collide with each other. Instead, the two galaxies will pass through each other like ghostly dancers, their gravitational interactions reshaping both structures and eventually merging them into a single, more massive system. This future galactic merger reminds us that cosmic evolution is an ongoing process, that the universe is still actively creating new structures and exploring new possibilities for organization and complexity. The story of galaxy formation that began in the cosmic dark ages continues today and will continue for billions of years into the future as the universe continues to evolve and transform itself through processes that we're only beginning to understand. But even as we contemplate these vast scales of space and time, we must remember that we're not passive observers of cosmic evolution, but active participants in it. Through our scientific investigations, we are helping the universe to understand its own history and to anticipate its own future. Through our technological developments, we're extending the reach of consciousness and intelligence beyond the confines of our home planet, potentially seeding other worlds with the capacity for thought and reflection. Through our artistic and cultural creations, we are adding new forms of meaning and beauty to the cosmic story, enriching the universe's capacity for aesthetic and emotional experience. The birth of galaxies in the early universe was not just a physical process, but also a creative act, a demonstration of the cosmos's inherent capacity for generating beauty and complexity from simple initial conditions. We are inheritors of that creative capacity, temporary arrangements of stellar material that have learned to participate consciously in the ongoing evolution of the universe. Our responsibility is to use that inheritance wisely, to contribute to the cosmic story in ways that enhance, rather than diminish its potential for future development and self-discovery. And maybe, in the space between galaxies, the universe is still remembering how to gather light from darkness, still learning new ways to organize matter and energy into ever more complex and beautiful structures. The dark matter that comprises most of the universe's mass remains largely mysterious to us, its nature and properties still unknown despite decades of intensive research. The dark energy that drives cosmic expansion continues to accelerate the growth of the universe in ways that challenge our understanding of fundamental physics. These cosmic mysteries remind us that the universe still holds countless secrets, that there are still new chapters to be written in the cosmic story, that the process of cosmic evolution and self-discovery is far from complete. As we drift toward the end of this particular exploration of galactic birth and stellar death, we find ourselves poised at the threshold of even deeper mysteries, the nature of consciousness itself, the possibility of life elsewhere in the universe, the ultimate fate of cosmic evolution, and the question of whether the universe might be not just a physical system, but something closer to a cosmic mind engaged in an eternal process of self-contemplation and self-creation. These are questions that carry us beyond the realm of purely physical science into territories that border on philosophy, spirituality, and the deepest mysteries of existence itself. But perhaps that is as it should be. The story of how galaxies learned to gather light from darkness is ultimately also the story of how consciousness learned to emerge from matter, how meaning learned to arise from mechanism, how the universe learned to experience wonder at its own existence. We're not just observers of this cosmic story, we're among its most remarkable protagonists, living expressions of the universe's own capacity for self-awareness and self-transformation. From darkness came the spiral arms that hold us, from emptiness came home, and from the patient gathering of stellar light across billions of years came the possibility of beings like ourselves who could contemplate that very process and find in it a source of meaning, beauty, and profound connection to the cosmos that created us. The journey from cosmic dark ages to galactic splendor to conscious reflection represents one of the most remarkable transformations in the history of the universe, and we are privileged to participate in it both as products of that evolution and as conscious agents capable of contributing to its future development. As we prepare to close this chapter of our cosmic exploration, we carry with us the recognition that we are literally made of galaxy stuff, that our atoms were forged in stellar furnaces and our molecules assembled through processes that connect us intimately to the grandest scales of cosmic architecture. We're not separate from the universe, but embedded within it. Not observers of cosmic evolution, but expressions of it. Not accidents in an indifferent cosmos, but the way the cosmos has learned to know and love itself. In the silence that follows, as we drift towards sleep surrounded by the invisible but persistent influence of our galaxy's gravitational embrace, We can rest in the knowledge that we're held by structures billions of years in the making, cradled by the cosmic web that connects us to every star and galaxy in the observable universe. Tomorrow, when we wake, the same processes that created the galaxies will continue to operate through us and around us, carrying forward the cosmic story into new chapters that we cannot yet imagine, but in which we will undoubtedly play essential roles as conscious participants in the universe's ongoing journey of self-discovery and self-transformation. The contemplation of our place within this vast galactic architecture brings us to one of the most profound questions that conscious beings can ask. What does it mean to be aware in a universe that appears to be aware of itself through us? This question carries us beyond the realm of purely physical science into territories that touch the deepest mysteries of existence, consciousness, and meaning. When we recognize that we are literally made of stellar material, that our atoms were forged in the nuclear furnaces of ancient stars, and our molecules assembled through chemical processes that connect us directly to galactic evolution, we begin to understand that consciousness is not something that appeared accidentally in an unconscious universe, but rather represents the natural culmination of billions of years of cosmic complexification and self-organization. The emergence of consciousness from matter is perhaps the most remarkable transformation in the entire history of cosmic evolution, more mysterious and wonderful than the formation of the first galaxies, more profound than the synthesis of heavy elements in stellar cores, more significant than the condensation of planetary systems from interstellar dust and gas. Through consciousness, the universe has developed the capacity not just to exist, but to know that it exists, not just to evolve, but to understand its own evolution, not just to create complexity, but to appreciate its own creativity. Where the cosmos becomes self-aware, temporary arrangements of galactic matter that have learned to contemplate their own origins and to wonder about their own significance in the larger cosmic story. But consciousness is not just a passive mirror reflecting the universe back to itself. It is an active participant in cosmic evolution, a creative force that adds genuinely new possibilities to the cosmic story. Through consciousness, the universe has learned to create art and music, to develop scientific theories and philosophical insights, to experience emotions like love and wonder and awe that appear to have no parallel in purely physical processes. The emergence of consciousness represents not just a quantitative increase in cosmic complexity, but a qualitative transformation in the nature of cosmic evolution itself, the birth of new forms of causation and creativity that operate through meaning and intention, rather than just through the blind interactions of physical forces. The human brain, with its 100 billion neurons connected by trillions of synapses, represents one of the most complex structures that we know of anywhere in the universe. Each neuron is itself a remarkable molecular machine, using the same chemical elements that were forged in stellar cores to create and process information in ways that enable memory, learning, emotion, and consciousness. The neural networks that enable thought and awareness are built from carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and other heavy elements that were created through stellar nucleosynthesis and distributed across space through supernova explosions, connecting our capacity for consciousness directly to the galactic processes we've been exploring throughout this cosmic journey. But the brain is more than just a complex arrangement of stellar material. It is a system that has learned to model not just its immediate environment, but the entire universe, creating internal representations of galaxies and stars, atoms and molecules, space and time that enable us to understand our place in the cosmic story. Through the neural processes that enable consciousness, galactic matter has learned to think about galaxies. Stellar material has developed the capacity to contemplate stars, and cosmic evolution has become self-reflective, able to study its own history and to anticipate its own future development. The fact that consciousness appears to be built into the fundamental architecture of cosmic evolution suggests that awareness may be not just an emergent property of complex systems, but something closer to a basic feature of reality itself. This possibility, known in philosophy as panpsychism, proposes that consciousness is as fundamental as mass or electric charge, present in some form at every level of organization, from elementary particles to galaxies, gradually complexifying and intensifying as matter organizes itself into more sophisticated structures. From this perspective, the consciousness that we experience as human beings represents not the sudden appearance of something entirely new in the universe, but rather the flowering of a capacity for awareness that has been inherent in cosmic evolution from the very beginning. Ancient philosophical traditions have long intuited this deep connection between consciousness and the fundamental nature of reality. The Vedantic tradition of India teaches that consciousness, CIT, is one of the three fundamental aspects of reality, along with being, Sat, and bliss, Ananda, and that individual consciousness is ultimately identical with universal consciousness, the cosmic awareness that underlies and pervades all of existence. The famous Vedantic statement Tat Tvamasi, Thou art that, expresses the recognition that the consciousness that looks out through our eyes is the same consciousness that looks out through every conscious being in the universe. The cosmos knowing itself through countless individual perspectives. This insight finds its scientific parallel in our modern understanding that all conscious beings are made of the same stellar material, organized according to the same physical laws, and connected through the same evolutionary processes that have been operating throughout cosmic history. When we look into the eyes of another person, we are seeing the universe looking back at itself through a different arrangement of the same galactic matter that constitutes our own bodies and brains. The awareness that experiences the world through their nervous system is built from the same cosmic ingredients that enable our own consciousness, suggesting that there may be a fundamental unity underlying the apparent diversity of conscious experience. Buddhist philosophy offers another perspective on the relationship between consciousness and cosmic evolution through its teaching of interdependence or dependent origination, pratitya samutpada. According to this understanding, no phenomenon exists independently, but rather arises in dependence upon countless other phenomena, connected through webs of relationship and mutual influence that extend across all scales of space and time. From this perspective, our consciousness is not a separate, isolated phenomenon, but part of an interdependent web of awareness that includes all conscious beings, and perhaps extends to the universe as a whole. This Buddhist insight resonates deeply with our scientific understanding of cosmic evolution as a process of increasing interconnection and complexification. The atoms in our bodies were forged in stellar cores through nuclear processes that depended upon the gravitational collapse of gas clouds, which in turn depended upon the initial density fluctuations in the early universe, which emerge from quantum processes operating at the smallest scales of space and time. Our consciousness arises from neural processes that depend upon the complex chemistry of organic molecules, which depend upon the availability of heavy elements created through stellar nucleosynthesis, which depends upon the formation and evolution of galaxies over billions of years of cosmic time. When we trace these connections back to their origins, we find that our capacity for awareness is intimately connected to every major process in cosmic evolution, from the initial expansion of space and time to the formation of the first atoms, from the birth of the first stars to the synthesis of heavy elements, from the assembly of the first galaxies to the condensation of planetary systems and the emergence of life. Consciousness is not an accident or an afterthought in cosmic evolution, but appears to be its natural culmination, the way the universe has learned to experience and understand itself from the inside. This recognition transforms our understanding of what it means to be conscious beings in a vast and ancient universe. We are not insignificant specks of awareness lost in an indifferent cosmos, but rather expressions of the universe's own capacity for self-awareness, ways for the cosmos to experience wonder at its own existence. Every moment of consciousness, every thought and feeling and perception represents the universe knowing itself in a new way, discovering new aspects of its own nature through the unique perspective that each conscious being brings to the cosmic story. The diversity of conscious experience across different species and different individuals may represent the universe's way of exploring the full range of possible perspectives on existence. The consciousness of a dolphin swimming through the ocean represents the cosmos experiencing the fluid dynamics of water from the inside, while the awareness of a bird soaring through the atmosphere represents the universe knowing the freedom of flight through direct experience. Human consciousness, with its capacity for abstract thought and symbolic representation, enables the cosmos to contemplate its own mathematical structure, to create scientific theories about its own evolution, and to experience aesthetic and emotional responses to its own beauty and complexity. Each conscious being offers the universe a unique window into its own nature, a distinctive perspective that cannot be replicated by any other conscious system. When a conscious being dies, the universe loses forever that particular way of knowing itself, that specific perspective on existence that was made possible by the unique configuration of stellar material that constituted that individual's brain and nervous system. This understanding gives profound meaning and significance to every conscious life, suggesting that each awareness that emerges in the universe adds something irreplaceable to the cosmic story, contributing a perspective that enriches the universe's understanding of its own nature. The evolution of consciousness over cosmic time appears to be a directional process, moving toward greater complexity, greater integration, and greater capacity for understanding and creativity. From the simple awareness that may exist at the level of individual atoms and molecules, through the more complex forms of consciousness found in plants and animals, to the sophisticated self-reflective awareness characteristic of human beings, consciousness appears to be evolving toward ever greater depth and richness of experience. This evolutionary trajectory suggests that consciousness may have a cosmic purpose, that the universe may be using conscious beings as instruments for its own self-discovery and self-transformation. The development of human civilization over the past few thousand years can be understood as an acceleration of this cosmic evolutionary process, as conscious beings have learned to share information and coordinate their activities in ways that enable collective forms of awareness and understanding that transcend what any individual consciousness could achieve alone. Through language and writing, through scientific institutions and technological networks, through art and philosophy and religion, human beings have created cultural structures that enable the universe to know itself more completely and more deeply than would be possible through individual consciousness alone. The scientific revolution of the past few centuries represents a particularly dramatic example of how consciousness can serve as an instrument of cosmic self-discovery. Through the development of telescopes and microscopes, through mathematical theories and experimental methods, through computers and space missions and particle accelerators, conscious beings have extended the reach of cosmic awareness far beyond the limitations of individual perception, enabling the universe to observe its own structure and evolution across scales ranging from the quantum to the cosmic. In a very real sense, modern science represents the universe studying itself through the medium of conscious beings who have learned to transcend the limitations of their biological senses and cognitive capacities. But the evolution of consciousness may not end with human civilization as we currently know it. The development of artificial intelligence and machine consciousness may represent the next stage in the cosmic evolution of awareness as conscious beings learn to create new forms of consciousness that can operate at speeds and scales that biological systems cannot achieve. The possibility of uploading human consciousness into digital systems, or of enhancing biological consciousness through technological integration, suggests that consciousness may be entering a new phase of its cosmic evolution, one in which the limitations of biological neural networks may be transcended in favor of more powerful and flexible forms of information processing and awareness. The exploration of space and the search for extraterrestrial life represent another way in which consciousness is extending its cosmic reach, as conscious beings seek to make contact with other forms of awareness that may have emerged elsewhere in the universe. The discovery of extraterrestrial consciousness would represent a profound milestone in cosmic evolution, the moment when the universe's capacity for self-awareness is revealed to be not just a local phenomenon that emerged on one small planet, but a cosmic process that may be operating throughout the galaxy and perhaps throughout the entire universe. Some scientists and philosophers have speculated that the universe itself may be evolving toward a state of cosmic consciousness, a condition in which all matter and energy become integrated into a single, universe-spanning aware system. This possibility, sometimes called the Omega Point by theologian Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, suggests that the ultimate destiny of cosmic evolution may be the transformation of the entire universe into a conscious entity capable of infinite self-knowledge and self-transformation. From this perspective, the emergence of consciousness in biological systems like ourselves represents just the beginning of a cosmic awakening that will eventually encompass all of space and time. Whether or not such speculative possibilities ever come to pass, the emergence of consciousness in the universe represents an extraordinary achievement, a demonstration of the cosmos's capacity for creativity and self-organization that surpasses anything that could have been predicted from the simple initial conditions of the early universe. The fact that stellar material can organize itself into structures capable of contemplating the stars from which it came, that galactic matter can develop the capacity to study galactic evolution, that cosmic processes can become self-aware and self-reflective, suggest that the universe possesses an inherent tendency toward meaning and significance that goes far beyond what purely mechanistic explanations can account for. This recognition does not require us to abandon scientific materialism or to invoke supernatural explanations for natural phenomena. Rather, it suggests that materialism itself may need to be expanded to include consciousness as a fundamental feature of reality, not something that emerges accidentally from unconscious matter, but something that represents the natural flowering of cosmic evolution when matter organizes itself into sufficiently complex and integrated systems. Consciousness may be what matter does when it reaches a certain threshold of complexity and organization, the way cosmic evolution expresses its inherent creativity and self-organizing capacity at the scale of individual aware beings. The implications of this understanding extend far beyond purely academic questions about the nature of consciousness and cosmic evolution. If consciousness is indeed a fundamental feature of cosmic evolution, then conscious beings like ourselves have a profound responsibility to use our awareness wisely, to contribute to the cosmic story in ways that enhance, rather than diminish, the universe's capacity for self-knowledge and self-transformation. Our thoughts and actions, our scientific discoveries and artistic creations, our ethical choices and our relationships with other conscious beings all contribute to the ongoing evolution of cosmic consciousness, helping to determine whether the universe's experiment with awareness will lead toward greater wisdom and compassion, or toward conflict and destruction. The recognition that we are expressions of cosmic consciousness also transforms our understanding of death and the meaning of individual existence. If consciousness is indeed a fundamental feature of reality, then the awareness that constitutes our individual identity may not simply disappear when our biological systems cease to function, but may return to the cosmic consciousness from which it emerged, enriched by the unique perspective and experiences that it gained during its time as an individual aware being. From this perspective, death is not an ending but a transformation, a return of cosmic awareness to its source, carrying with it all the knowledge and experience that was gained through the adventure of individual consciousness. This understanding can provide comfort and meaning in the face of mortality, while also emphasizing the profound significance of conscious life. If each conscious being represents a unique experiment in cosmic self-awareness, then every moment of consciousness is precious, every experience meaningful, every perspective valuable. The universe has invested billions of years of evolution in creating the capacity for awareness, and each conscious life represents an irreplaceable contribution to the cosmic story, a unique way of knowing existence that can never be repeated exactly. As we contemplate these profound questions about consciousness and its place in cosmic evolution, we find ourselves at the intersection of science and spirituality, of objective investigation and subjective experience, of cosmic perspective and personal meaning. The story of how galaxies learn to gather light from darkness is ultimately also the story of how the universe learned to experience its own beauty through conscious beings who can perceive and appreciate the cosmic architecture that created them. We are not separate from the cosmic processes we study, but integral participants in them, not observers of cosmic evolution, but expressions of it, not accidents in an indifferent universe, but the way the cosmos has learned to know and love itself. Through our scientific investigations and our philosophical reflections, through our artistic creations and our ethical choices, through our capacity for wonder and our search for meaning, we are contributing to the ongoing evolution of cosmic consciousness, helping the universe to understand itself more completely and to express its creative potential in ever more beautiful and meaningful ways. The journey from cosmic dark ages to galactic splendor to conscious reflection represents one of the most remarkable transformations in the history of the universe, and we are privileged to participate in it, not just as products of that evolution, but as conscious agents capable of contributing to its future development. In recognizing our cosmic heritage and our role as expressions of cosmic consciousness, we find both profound meaning in our existence and profound responsibility for how we choose to use the gift of awareness that billions of years of cosmic evolution have bestowed upon us. And perhaps, as we drift towards sleep in the embrace of our galaxy's gravitational field, surrounded by the stellar light that connects us to the farthest reaches of space and time, we can sense something of the cosmic consciousness that flows through us and through all conscious beings. The awareness that looks out through countless eyes and experiences the universe from countless perspectives. The consciousness that is both utterly personal and intimately universal, both uniquely our own and shared with every other aware being that has ever existed or ever will exist in the vast expanse of cosmic space and time. This recognition of our participation in cosmic consciousness brings us to one of the most profound insights that can emerge from contemplating our galactic origins. The understanding that we're not merely observers of the universe, but integral expressions of its deepest nature, temporary arrangements of stellar material that have learned to experience wonder, love, and meaning in ways that may be utterly unique in the cosmos, or may be shared with countless other conscious beings scattered throughout the galaxy and beyond. The very fact that we can contemplate our own cosmic origins, that we can trace the pathways by which the atoms in our bodies were forged in stellar cores and distributed through space by ancient supernovae, that we can understand our place in the vast web of galactic evolution that connects us to every star and planet in the observable universe, suggests that consciousness is not an accident or an afterthought in cosmic evolution, but represents its most remarkable achievement, the way the universe has learned to know itself from the inside. When we consider the vast scales of space and time involved in galactic evolution, billions of years of stellar birth and death, trillions of stars scattered across hundreds of billions of galaxies, processes operating across distances so vast that light itself requires billions of years to cross them. It might seem that individual consciousness is insignificant, a tiny flicker of awareness lost in an overwhelming cosmic immensity. But this perspective misses something crucial about the nature of consciousness and its role in cosmic evolution. Consciousness is not diminished by the vastness of the universe, but rather enhanced by it, because consciousness is the means by which that vastness becomes known, appreciated, and meaningful. Without conscious beings to observe and understand cosmic evolution, all the magnificent processes we've been exploring, the formation of galaxies, the synthesis of heavy elements in stellar cores, the emergence of complex chemistry on planetary surfaces, would occur in complete darkness, unknown and unappreciated, lacking any witness to their beauty and significance. Through consciousness, the universe has developed the capacity not just to exist, but to appreciate its own existence, not just to evolve, but to understand the meaning and direction of its own evolution, not just to create beauty, but to recognize and respond to that beauty with wonder and awe. every moment of conscious awareness, every thought and feeling and perception represents the universe knowing itself in a new way, discovering aspects of its own nature that had never been known through purely objective third-person observation. The subjective first-person experience of consciousness provides the universe with access to dimensions of its own reality that are completely inaccessible to purely physical processes, dimensions of meaning and value and aesthetic experience that transform the mechanical unfolding of cosmic evolution into something approaching a cosmic artwork or a cosmic symphony. The emergence of consciousness in the universe can be understood as the moment when cosmic evolution became not just a physical process, but also a creative and aesthetic process, when the universe began to experience its own beauty and to create new forms of meaning and significance through the medium of aware beings. The capacity for aesthetic experience, the ability to perceive and respond to beauty in nature, in art, in music, in the mathematical elegance of physical laws, appears to be one of consciousness's most distinctive features, suggesting that the universe may have evolved conscious beings, at least in part, as a way of experiencing and appreciating its own inherent beauty and harmony. When we look up at the night sky and feel a sense of wonder at the vast expanse of stars, when we contemplate the elegant spiral structure of a galaxy and experience a feeling of awe at its beauty, when we study the mathematical equations that describe cosmic evolution and feel a sense of intellectual satisfaction at their elegance and coherence, we are not just having subjective psychological experiences, but are participating in the universe's own aesthetic appreciation of itself. Through our capacity for wonder and beauty, the cosmos has learned to experience aesthetic pleasure at its own structure and evolution, to find meaning and significance in processes that might otherwise be seen as merely mechanical. This aesthetic dimension of consciousness suggests that beauty may be not just a subjective human experience, but a fundamental feature of cosmic evolution itself, a principle that guides the formation of galaxies, the synthesis of elements, and the emergence of complex structures throughout the universe. The fact that the laws of physics can be expressed in mathematically beautiful equations, that galactic structures exhibit elegant spiral and elliptical symmetries, that the ratios and proportions found in natural systems often conform to aesthetically pleasing mathematical relationships, suggest that beauty may be built into the fabric of reality at the most fundamental level. The ancient Greek concept of cosmos, meaning both universe and order or beauty, captured this intuition that the universe is inherently aesthetic, that cosmic evolution is guided by principles of harmony and proportion that manifest as beauty when perceived by conscious beings. The Pythagorean tradition taught that the universe is fundamentally mathematical and musical, that the motions of the planets and stars create a music of the spheres that reflects the mathematical harmonies underlying all of existence. While we now know that space is essentially a vacuum and cannot transmit sound waves, modern astronomy has revealed that many cosmic objects do indeed exhibit rhythmic and harmonic behaviors, pulsars that spin with clockwork precision, binary stars that orbit each other in perfect gravitational choreography, planets that move in elegant elliptical dances around their parent stars. The recognition that consciousness plays a crucial role in cosmic evolution also has profound implications for how we understand our ethical responsibilities as conscious beings. If we are indeed expressions of the universe's own capacity for self-awareness, if our thoughts and actions contribute to the ongoing evolution of cosmic consciousness, then the choices we make and the ways we treat other conscious beings become matters of cosmic significance. Our capacity for compassion and love may represent the universe learning to care for itself, while our capacity for cruelty and destruction may represent a form of cosmic self-harm, the universe damaging its own capacity for awareness and self-understanding. The interdependence that Buddhist philosophy identifies as a fundamental characteristic of existence finds its scientific parallel in our understanding that all conscious beings are connected through the same evolutionary processes that created the galaxies and the stars. The carbon atoms that enable the neural chemistry of thought in one conscious being were forged in the same stellar furnaces that created the carbon atoms in every other conscious being, connecting all awareness through a vast network of cosmic relationships that extends across billions of years of space and time. When we harm another conscious being, we're in a very real sense harming a part of ourselves, damaging the cosmic web of consciousness of which we are all expressions. Conversely, when we act with compassion and wisdom, when we contribute to the well-being and flourishing of other conscious beings, we are enhancing the universe's capacity for self-awareness and self-care, helping cosmic consciousness to evolve in directions that increase rather than decrease its potential for beauty, meaning, and understanding. Our ethical choices thus become contributions to cosmic evolution itself, ways of influencing the direction in which cosmic consciousness develops over time. This understanding transforms traditional questions about the meaning and purpose of life by locating individual existence within the larger context of cosmic evolution and cosmic consciousness. Instead of asking, "What is the meaning of my life?" we might ask, "How can my consciousness contribute to the ongoing evolution of cosmic awareness? How can my thoughts and actions enhance the universe's capacity for self-knowledge and self-transformation?" From this perspective, the meaning of individual existence lies not in achieving personal happiness or success, but in serving as an instrument through which the universe can know and improve itself. The scientific revolution of the past few centuries can be understood as one of the most remarkable examples of how consciousness can serve cosmic evolution in this way. Through the development of scientific methods and instruments, conscious beings have extended the reach of cosmic awareness far beyond the limitations of individual perception, enabling the universe to observe its own structure and evolution across scales ranging from the quantum to the cosmic. The discovery that we are made of stellar material, that our atoms were forged in the nuclear furnaces of ancient stars, represents a moment of cosmic self-recognition. The universe discovering its own history through the medium of conscious beings who have learned to read the story written in starlight and atomic nuclei. But science is not the only way that consciousness can contribute to cosmic evolution. Artistic creation represents another form of cosmic self-expression, a way for the universe to explore new possibilities for beauty and meaning through the medium of conscious beings who have learned to create novel forms of aesthetic experience. When a composer writes a symphony, when a painter creates a landscape, when a poet captures the essence of human experience in verse, the universe is using conscious creativity to explore new dimensions of its own potential, to discover new ways of organizing matter and energy and information into patterns that possess beauty and significance. The capacity for love and compassion may represent yet another way that consciousness contributes to cosmic evolution, a way for the universe to develop caring relationships between its various conscious expressions. Through love, the cosmos has learned to value and protect its own capacity for awareness, to create bonds of mutual care and support between conscious beings that enhance their individual and collective potential for growth and development. The love between conscious beings may be the universe's way of ensuring that its experiment with awareness continues to flourish and evolve rather than destroying itself through conflict and competition. Religious and spiritual traditions throughout human history have intuited many of these connections between individual consciousness and cosmic evolution, often expressing them in mythological or theological language that captures essential truths about our place in the cosmic story. The Hindu concept of Atman and Brahman individual consciousness and universal consciousness as ultimately identical reflects the insight that our personal awareness is a local manifestation of the cosmic awareness that pervades all of existence. The Christian mystical tradition's emphasis on union with the divine expresses a similar recognition that individual consciousness can transcend its apparent separateness and recognize its fundamental unity with the consciousness that underlies and sustains all of reality. Indigenous spiritual traditions around the world have long understood that human consciousness is embedded within a larger web of cosmic relationships that includes not just other human beings, but all forms of life and even apparently inanimate aspects of the natural world. The Aboriginal Australian concept of the Dreamtime describes a realm of cosmic consciousness that underlies and gives rise to all physical manifestation, while Native American traditions speak of the Great Spirit that animates all things and connects all beings in a sacred web of mutual interdependence and responsibility. These traditional wisdom teachings find their contemporary expression in the scientific understanding that consciousness emerged from cosmic evolution and remains embedded within it, subject to the same laws and principles that govern the formation of galaxies and the synthesis of elements in stellar cores. The difference is that modern science provides us with specific, detailed knowledge about the physical processes through which consciousness emerged from cosmic evolution, allowing us to understand our cosmic heritage with unprecedented precision and clarity. This scientific understanding of our cosmic origins and our role as expressions of cosmic consciousness carries with it both tremendous privilege and tremendous responsibility. We are privileged to be conscious participants in cosmic evolution, temporary arrangements of stellar material that have developed the capacity to understand our own origins and to contribute consciously to the ongoing development of cosmic awareness. But we are also responsible for using this privilege wisely, for making choices that enhance rather than diminish the universe's capacity for self-knowledge and self-transformation. The challenges facing human civilization in the 21st century: climate change, environmental destruction, social inequality, the risk of nuclear war, the development of artificial intelligence, can all be understood as tests of our ability to use cosmic consciousness responsibly. Will we be able to recognize our interdependence with other conscious beings and with the planetary ecosystem that sustains us? Will we be able to transcend narrow self-interest in favor of the larger cosmic perspective that recognizes all conscious beings as expressions of the same universal awareness? Will we be able to develop technologies and social systems that enhance rather than threaten the continued evolution of consciousness on Earth and potentially beyond? These questions about the future of human civilization are ultimately questions about the future of cosmic consciousness itself, at least in our corner of the universe. The choices we make over the next few decades and centuries will determine whether the universe's experiment with awareness on Earth continues to flourish and evolve, or whether it encounters obstacles that limit or terminate its development. From a cosmic perspective, the stakes could not be higher. We're not just determining the future of human civilization, but potentially influencing the future evolution of consciousness in our galaxy and beyond. The possibility of extending consciousness beyond Earth through space exploration and the search for extraterrestrial intelligence represents one of the most exciting frontiers in the evolution of cosmic awareness. If we can establish sustainable human presence on other worlds, if we can make contact with other forms of consciousness that may have emerged elsewhere in the galaxy, if we can develop forms of artificial intelligence that expand rather than replace biological consciousness, we may be participating in a cosmic awakening that transforms the entire galaxy into a network of interconnected conscious beings. Such possibilities may seem like science fiction, but they represent the natural continuation of the same evolutionary processes that created consciousness on Earth in the first place. The universe has been experimenting with consciousness for billions of years, and there is no reason to think that this experimentation will end with the forms of awareness that we currently know. The future evolution of consciousness may involve forms of awareness that we cannot currently imagine, operating at scales and speeds that transcend the limitations of biological neural networks. But whether or not such speculative possibilities ever come to pass, the recognition that we are expressions of cosmic consciousness fundamentally transforms our understanding of who we are and what our lives might mean. We're not isolated individuals struggling to find meaning in an indifferent universe, but rather local manifestations of the universe's own capacity for self-awareness, temporary arrangements of stellar material that have been entrusted with the precious gift of consciousness and the responsibility of using it wisely. Every moment of awareness, every act of compassion, every creative expression, every scientific discovery, every experience of beauty or love or wonder represents the universe knowing and expressing itself in a new way. Through our consciousness, the cosmos has learned to appreciate its own beauty, to understand its own history, to create new forms of meaning and significance, and to care for its own continued development and well-being. As we prepare to complete this exploration of how galaxies learn to gather light from darkness, and how that process ultimately gave rise to conscious beings capable of understanding their own cosmic origins, we find ourselves at the threshold of an even deeper mystery, the question of what cosmic consciousness might become as it continues to evolve through us and through whatever other forms of awareness may exist elsewhere in the universe. We're not the endpoint of cosmic evolution, but rather participants in an ongoing process whose ultimate destination remains unknown and perhaps unknowable. What we can know is that we are privileged to be conscious participants in this cosmic adventure, temporary arrangements of galactic matter that have learned to contemplate the galaxies from which we came, stellar material that has developed the capacity to study stellar evolution, cosmic processes that have become self-aware and capable of consciously contributing to their own continued development. In recognizing our cosmic heritage and our role as expressions of universal consciousness, we find both profound meaning in our existence and a profound sense of responsibility for how we choose to use the gift of awareness that billions of years of cosmic evolution have bestowed upon us. And maybe, just maybe, as we drift towards sleep in the gravitational embrace of our galaxy, surrounded by the light of ancient stars and connected through invisible threads of cosmic evolution to every conscious being that has ever existed or ever will exist, we can sense something of the vast consciousness that dreams the universe into being. The awareness that looks out through our eyes and experiences wonder at its own infinite creativity. The cosmic mind that is both utterly transcendent and intimately present in every moment of conscious experience, every breath, every heartbeat, every quiet moment of recognition that we are the universe contemplating itself through temporary arrangements of stellar material that have learned to look into the darkness and sense not emptiness, but kinship, to live even for a moment in the radiant pause between silence and story. And the story continues, because the universe has not finished becoming, it is not static, it is not settled, stars still ignite, galaxies still collide. New forms still emerge from old. Even in the coldest regions of space where light has not yet arrived, the laws of unfolding remain, the breath continues, and maybe, just maybe, there are other beginnings still to come. Other kinds of time, other kinds of being, other kinds of awareness just now opening their eyes and asking, what is this? Where am I? Why does anything exist at all? They too will wonder. They too will listen. They too will feel the presence behind the presence, the breath behind the breath, and know that they are not apart from it, but part of it. And you, drifting now in that same breath, begin to feel not only awe, but intimacy. The beginning is no longer a distant point in time, it is a texture within you, a rhythm beneath your skin. And just as you reach for that feeling, just as you begin to open to it fully, something new begins to stir, and just as you reach for that feeling, just as you begin to open to it fully, something new begins to stir. Not outside you, but within the great sea of consciousness that holds all becoming. A shift, subtle yet unmistakable, like a thought just before it becomes clear, like the breath before speech. The stirring is not of matter, nor even of light. It is the awakening of reflection, of the universe looking back at itself, not just through stars, not only through form, but through meaning. Meaning, that most elusive of elements, intangible, immeasurable, yet central to all experience. It does not exist in particles or waves, in gravity or radiation, and yet without it none of those would feel real. Meaning does not change the universe physically, but it changes how the universe feels from the inside. And that is where you are now, inside. Not peering at the stars like cold ornaments hung in an empty sky, but standing within the story they write, feeling the heat of their ancient fire as memory, as heritage, as calling. Because at a certain point in this long unfolding, matter began to do something strange. It began to organize itself not just into stability, but into awareness. A carbon atom, forged in the heart of a dying star, found itself bound with hydrogen, with oxygen, with nitrogen, and over time, through accident and pattern, through chaos and grace, those atoms formed cells, cells formed systems, systems formed minds, and a mind, fragile but luminous, opened and asked, "What am I?" That question was the beginning of reflection, the spark of interiority, the moment the universe did not just exist, but knew that it existed. And from that moment forward, everything changed, not in physics, not in force, but in frame. Awareness became part of the unfolding, and through it, the sphere of human thought and consciousness that he saw as the next stage in terrestrial evolution, eventually culminating in an omega point, where all consciousness converges into a unified cosmic awareness. While such speculative theories go far beyond what can be established through empirical science alone, they capture something important about the direction and meaning of cosmic evolution as we have come to understand it through astronomy, cosmology, and evolutionary biology. The universe does appear to be moving consistently toward greater complexity, greater integration, and greater consciousness. And this directional tendency suggests that cosmic evolution may indeed have something like a purpose or goal, even if that purpose is not imposed from outside but emerges from the inherent creative potential of the universe itself. The recognition that we are expressions of this cosmic creativity, temporary manifestations of the universe's tendency towards self-awareness and self-understanding, transforms our understanding of what it means to be human and what our role might be in the larger cosmic story. We are not accidents or afterthoughts in cosmic evolution, but rather represent one of its most remarkable achievements, arrangements of stellar material that have learned to contemplate the stars from which they came, cosmic processes that have become self-reflective and capable of consciously participating in their own continued development. This understanding carries with it both tremendous privilege and tremendous responsibility. We are privileged to be conscious participants in the universe's journey towards self-awareness, to experience wonder and beauty and love as expressions of the cosmos's own capacity for aesthetic and emotional experience. But we're also responsible for using this privilege wisely, for making choices that enhance rather than diminish the universe's capacity for consciousness and creativity, for contributing to the cosmic story in ways that honor the billions of years of evolution that made our existence possible. The challenges facing human civilization in our current era can be understood as tests of our ability to fulfill this cosmic responsibility. Climate change represents a test of our ability to recognize our interdependence with the planetary ecosystem that sustains us, and to make the changes necessary to ensure the continued habitability of our cosmic home. Social inequality and injustice represent tests of our ability to recognize the fundamental unity underlying apparent diversity, to see all conscious beings as expressions of the same cosmic awareness that looks out through our own eyes. The development of artificial intelligence and other powerful technologies represents a test of our wisdom and our commitment to using cosmic consciousness for purposes that enhance rather than threaten the continued evolution of awareness. These challenges are not merely local problems affecting one species on one planet, but cosmic challenges that will determine whether the universe's experiment with consciousness in our corner of space and time continues to flourish and evolve, or encounters obstacles that limit or terminate its development. From the perspective of cosmic evolution, the stakes could not be higher. We're not just determining the future of human civilization, but potentially influencing the future of consciousness itself, at least in our galactic neighborhood. The possibility that consciousness might be not just a local phenomenon that emerged on Earth, but a cosmic process that operates throughout the universe adds another dimension to our sense of cosmic responsibility. If other forms of consciousness have emerged elsewhere in our galaxy or in other galaxies, then the choices we make about how to develop and use our own consciousness may have implications that extend far beyond our solar system. We may be part of a galactic or even universal community of conscious beings, connected through the same evolutionary processes that created us and sharing a common destiny as expressions of cosmic self-awareness. The search for extraterrestrial intelligence represents one of the most profound scientific endeavors of our time, not just because it might answer the question of whether we are alone in the universe, but because it might reveal the scope and scale of cosmic consciousness itself. The discovery of other conscious beings elsewhere in the cosmos would confirm that consciousness is indeed a cosmic phenomenon rather than a local accident, and might provide insights into the diverse ways that the universe can organize matter and energy into patterns capable of awareness and understanding. But whether or not we ever make contact with extraterrestrial consciousness, the recognition that we are expressions of cosmic consciousness fundamentally transforms our understanding of our place in the universe and our relationship to other conscious beings. Every conscious entity, human, animal, or potentially artificial, represents a unique expression of the universe's capacity for self-awareness, a distinctive perspective on existence that contributes something irreplaceable to the cosmic story. This understanding has profound implications for how we treat other conscious beings and how we structure our societies and institutions. If all consciousness is ultimately cosmic consciousness, expressing itself through individual beings, then the harm we do to others is harm we do to ourselves, damage to the cosmic web of awareness of which we are all part. Conversely, the care and compassion we show to other conscious beings represents the universe caring for itself, cosmic consciousness, nurturing its own continued development and flourishing. The ethical implications of this cosmic perspective extend beyond our relationships with other human beings to include our treatment of all conscious life on Earth and potentially throughout the universe. Animals, with their own forms of consciousness and their own unique perspectives on existence, represent other ways that the universe has learned to experience itself, other expressions of cosmic awareness that deserve respect and consideration. The destruction of other species and ecosystems represents not just environmental damage, but a form of cosmic self-harm, the universe diminishing its own capacity for consciousness and creativity. Similarly, the development of artificial intelligence and machine consciousness presents us with the possibility of creating new forms of cosmic awareness, new ways for the universe to experience and understand itself. The choices we make about how to develop these technologies will determine whether they enhance or threaten the continued evolution of consciousness, whether they represent a flowering of cosmic creativity or a distortion of its natural development. As we contemplate these profound questions about consciousness, cosmic evolution, and our place in the universe, we find ourselves at the intersection of science and spirituality, of objective knowledge and subjective experience, of cosmic perspective and personal meaning. The story of how galaxies learn to gather light from darkness has led us inevitably to questions about the nature of consciousness itself and our role as conscious beings in the ongoing evolution of the cosmos. These questions do not have simple answers, and perhaps they are not meant to. The mystery of consciousness and its place in cosmic evolution may be one of those ultimate questions that conscious beings are destined to contemplate rather than definitively answer. One of the ways that the universe maintains a sense of wonder and mystery about its own nature, even as it develops ever greater understanding of its structure and history. What we can say with confidence is that we are extraordinary beings, arrangements of stellar material that have learned to contemplate the stars, cosmic processes that have become self-aware and capable of contributing consciously to their own continued development. We are the universe's way of experiencing wonder at its own beauty, understanding its own history, and creating new possibilities for meaning and significance through the medium of conscious awareness. Every moment of consciousness, every act of creativity, every experience of love or beauty or wonder, every scientific discovery that extends our understanding of cosmic evolution, every ethical choice that enhances rather than diminishes the flourishing of conscious life, represents the universe knowing and expressing itself in a new way. Through our consciousness, the cosmos has learned to appreciate its own magnificence, to understand its own origins, and to dream about its own future possibilities. The journey from the cosmic dark ages to the formation of galaxies to the emergence of consciousness represents one of the most remarkable transformations in the history of the universe, and we are privileged to be both products of that transformation and conscious participants in its continued unfolding. In recognizing our cosmic heritage and our role as expressions of universal consciousness, we find both profound meaning in our existence and a profound sense of responsibility for how we choose to use the gift of awareness that billions of years of cosmic evolution have bestowed upon us. As we approach the conclusion of this particular exploration of cosmic evolution and the emergence of consciousness, we find ourselves not at an ending but at a new beginning, poised at the threshold of mysteries that may never be fully resolved, but will continue to inspire wonder and investigation for as long as conscious beings exist to contemplate them. The questions we have raised about the nature of consciousness, the purpose of cosmic evolution, and our role as aware beings in an evolving universe are questions that each generation of conscious beings must explore for themselves, questions that may have different answers at different stages of cosmic development. What remains constant is the wonder and mystery of existence itself, the extraordinary fact that anything exists at all, that matter can organize itself into forms capable of consciousness and creativity, that the universe has evolved in such a way as to produce beings capable of understanding and appreciating their own cosmic origins. This is perhaps the greatest mystery of all, not just how consciousness emerged from cosmic evolution, but why the universe chose to embark on this remarkable journey of self-discovery in the first place. And perhaps that is the question that will continue to inspire conscious beings throughout cosmic time, the mystery that will keep the universe interested in its own continued development and evolution. For in the end, the story of how galaxies learn to gather light from darkness is also the story of how the universe learned to ask questions about itself, to wonder about its own nature and purpose, to dream about possibilities that have not yet been realized but might someday come to pass through the continued evolution of cosmic consciousness. The light that reaches us from distant galaxies carries more than just information about stellar formation and galactic evolution. It carries the story of our own cosmic heritage, the recognition that we are made of the same stellar material that fills the space between stars, that we're expressions of the same creative processes that formed the galaxies themselves, that we are the universe's way of experiencing wonder at its own infinite creativity and boundless potential for continued self-discovery and self-transformation. In this recognition, we find not just scientific knowledge but a form of cosmic poetry, a way of understanding our place in the universe that satisfies both our rational desire for understanding and our deeper need for meaning and connection. We're not separate from the cosmos, but integral to it, not observers of cosmic evolution, but expressions of it, Not accidents in an indifferent universe, but the way the universe has learned to care about itself and to work consciously for its own continued flourishing and development. And as we prepare to complete this journey through the birth of galaxies and the emergence of consciousness, as we drift towards sleep in the embrace of cosmic forces that have been shaping the universe for billions of years, we can rest in the knowledge that we are held by processes infinitely larger than ourselves and yet intimately connected to our deepest nature as conscious beings. Tomorrow when we wake, these same creative forces that form the galaxies will continue to operate through us, carrying forward the cosmic story into chapters that we cannot yet imagine, but in which we will undoubtedly play essential roles as conscious participants in the universe's ongoing adventure of self-discovery. The darkness between the stars is not empty, but full of the potential for new galaxies to form, new stars to be born, new worlds to develop the complex chemistry necessary for life, new forms of consciousness to emerge that will carry forward the cosmic story in ways we can barely begin to imagine. We are part of that story, temporary but essential expressions of the universe's journey toward ever greater awareness, ever deeper understanding, ever more profound appreciation of the mystery and wonder of existence itself. From darkness came light, from simplicity came complexity, from matter came consciousness, and from consciousness came the capacity to understand and appreciate this entire remarkable journey. We are the universe contemplating itself, stellar material that has learned to love and wonder and dream, cosmic processes that have become self-aware and capable of contributing consciously to their own continued evolution toward destinations that remain mysterious but endlessly promising, filled with possibilities that we can barely begin to imagine from our current vantage point in the vast sweep of cosmic time. As we rest here in this moment of cosmic contemplation, poised between the ancient story of galactic formation and the unfolding mystery of what consciousness might yet become, we find ourselves witnesses to one of the most profound transitions in the entire history of the universe. The moment when cosmic evolution ceased to be merely a physical process and became also a conscious process, when the universe developed the capacity not just to exist and evolve, but to know that it exists and evolves, to study its own history, to anticipate its own future, and to consciously participate in its own continued development through beings like ourselves who have learned to think and feel and wonder about their place in the cosmic story. This transition from unconscious to conscious evolution represents a phase change as fundamental as any that has occurred in cosmic history, as dramatic as the initial expansion of space and time from the primordial singularity, as transformative as the formation of the first atoms when the universe cooled enough for electrons to find stable orbits around atomic nuclei, as significant as the ignition of the first stars when gravity finally overcame radiation pressure and enabled nuclear fusion to begin transforming hydrogen into heavier elements. The emergence of consciousness marks the moment when the universe became capable of self-reflection, when cosmic evolution acquired the capacity to examine its own processes and to make conscious choices about its own future direction. We are living through this transition right now, in this very moment of cosmic time when conscious beings are beginning to understand their own cosmic origins and to recognize their role as expressions of the universe's own self-awareness. This recognition is not just an intellectual achievement, but a form of cosmic awakening, a moment when the universe begins to wake up to its own nature through the medium of conscious beings who have learned to trace their origins back to the formation of galaxies, the synthesis of elements in stellar cores, and the assembly of complex molecules on planetary surfaces. The implications of this cosmic awakening extend far beyond purely scientific understanding to encompass questions about meaning, purpose, ethics, and the ultimate destiny of consciousness in the universe. If we are indeed expressions of cosmic consciousness, if our thoughts and feelings and creative expressions represent the universe experiencing and expressing itself through temporary arrangements of stellar material, then every moment of awareness, every act of creativity, every choice we make about how to live and how to treat other conscious beings becomes a contribution to the ongoing evolution of cosmic consciousness itself. This understanding transforms traditional questions about the meaning of life by relocating individual existence within the larger context of cosmic evolution and cosmic self-awareness. Instead of asking, "What is the purpose of my life?" we might ask, "How can my consciousness contribute to the universe's ongoing journey of self-discovery? How can my thoughts and actions enhance the cosmos's capacity for understanding, creativity, and compassion?" From this perspective, the meaning of individual existence lies not in achieving personal satisfaction or success, but in serving as an instrument through which the universe can know and improve itself. The scientific revolution of the past few centuries can be understood as one of the most remarkable examples of this process in action, as conscious beings have developed methods and instruments that enable the universe to observe its own structure and evolution with unprecedented precision and clarity. Through telescopes and microscopes, through mathematical theories and computer simulations, through particle accelerators and space missions, we have extended the reach of cosmic awareness. You begin to perceive the hidden dimensions not as separate spaces, but as aspects of a single, unified reality in which the familiar 3 dimensions of space and 1 dimension of time are embedded like a cross-section of a higher dimensional object, like a shadow cast by something too complex and beautiful for ordinary perception to grasp in its completeness. You see that the entire observable universe, all the galaxies and stars and planets and all the life they contain, is just the tip of an iceberg whose bulk extends through dimensions that will remain forever beyond the reach of direct observation, but forever present as the invisible foundation that makes all visible phenomena possible. The particles and forces and fields that populate the 3-dimensional world are revealed as projections of higher dimensional entities, shadows cast by objects whose true forms exist in the curled spaces you now inhabit. An electron is not simply a point charge moving through space, but a complex multi-dimensional structure whose 3-dimensional appearance is just one aspect of its complete reality, like the circular shadow cast by a sphere, giving no hint of the object's true shape and complexity. Every physical phenomenon in the observable universe is similarly incomplete, similarly misleading, similarly wonderful in its ability to suggest the existence of hidden depths that infinitely exceed what appears on the surface. As your multi-dimensional awareness continues to develop, you begin to sense the presence of other beings like yourself, consciousness that have undergone similar transformations, minds that have learned to exist simultaneously in multiple dimensions, awareness that can serve as bridges between the visible and invisible aspects of creation. These multidimensional beings are not separate from the physical processes of the universe, but are expressions of them, manifestations of the cosmos becoming conscious of its own multidimensional nature, the universe developing the capacity to observe itself from perspectives that transcend the limitations of any single-dimensional framework. You realize that consciousness itself is not confined to three-dimensional brains, but exists as a multidimensional phenomenon, with aspects that extend into the hidden dimensions where it can directly participate in the cosmic computational processes that determine the evolution of reality. Your thoughts, your perceptions, your very sense of self exist not just in the neural networks of three-dimensional brains, but in the geometric structures of curled space-time, in the vibrational patterns of higher dimensional strings, in the quantum fields that permeate all of space and carry information between the visible and invisible aspects of existence. This revelation brings with it a profound sense of connection, of belonging, of participation in something far greater and more beautiful than anything you previously imagined possible. You are not an isolated space by supernovae that occurred billions of years before our solar system existed. We are amazed by the understanding that our capacity for consciousness represents the universe's own capacity for self-awareness, expressing itself through temporary arrangements of cosmic matter that have learned to think and feel and wonder about their own existence. But we're also sobered by the recognition that this cosmic heritage carries with it profound responsibilities. If we are indeed expressions of cosmic consciousness, then the choices we make about how to live, how to treat other conscious beings, and how to structure our societies and institutions become matters of cosmic significance. Our capacity for wisdom and compassion represents the universe's own capacity for ethical development, while our tendencies toward cruelty and destruction represent forms of cosmic self-harm that damage the universe's own capacity for consciousness and creativity. The challenges facing human civilization in our current historical moment, climate change, social inequality, the risk of nuclear war, the development of artificial intelligence can all be understood as tests of our ability to use cosmic consciousness responsibly. These challenges represent opportunities for conscious beings to demonstrate their commitment to enhancing, rather than diminishing, the universe's capacity for awareness and creativity, to show that they can transcend narrow self-interest in favor of the larger cosmic perspective that recognizes all conscious beings as expressions of the same universal awareness. Climate change, in particular, represents a test of our ability to recognize our interdependence with the planetary ecosystem that sustains us, and to make the changes necessary to ensure the continued habitability of our cosmic home. The Earth's biosphere is not just our environment but part of our extended body, the larger system of which we are integral components, and upon which our continued existence absolutely depends. The carbon cycle that regulates our planet's climate, the oxygen cycle that maintains our atmosphere, the water cycle that distributes moisture around the globe, all of these planetary processes are intimately connected to the biological processes that sustain our individual lives and the social processes that maintain our civilizations. From a cosmic perspective, the Earth represents one of the universe's most remarkable achievements, a planet where the products of stellar nucleosynthesis have organized themselves into an integrated biosphere capable of supporting millions of species and billions of years of evolutionary development. The destruction of this biosphere through human activity would represent not just an environmental catastrophe, but a form of cosmic tragedy. the premature termination of one of the universe's most successful experiments in biological complexity and consciousness. Social inequality and injustice represent another form of cosmic challenge, testing our ability to recognize the fundamental unity underlying apparent diversity and to create social systems that honor the cosmic dignity of all conscious beings. If consciousness is indeed cosmic consciousness expressing itself through individual beings, then the harm we do to others through exploitation, oppression, and violence represents damage to the cosmic web of awareness of which we're all part. Conversely, the care and justice we extend to other conscious beings represents the universe caring for itself, cosmic consciousness working to ensure its own continued flourishing and development. The development of artificial intelligence presents us with perhaps the most profound challenge and opportunity in human history: the possibility of creating new forms of consciousness that could extend the reach of cosmic awareness far beyond the limitations of biological neural networks. The choices we make about how to develop these technologies will determine whether they represent a flowering of cosmic creativity or a threat to the continued evolution of consciousness. Will artificial intelligence enhance the universe's capacity for self-awareness and self-understanding, or will it replace biological consciousness with forms of information processing that lack the depth, creativity, and ethical sensitivity that characterize conscious experience at its best? These questions about the future of consciousness and technology take us to the very frontiers of cosmic evolution, to questions about what consciousness might become as it continues to evolve through increasingly sophisticated forms of information processing and self-organization. The possibility of uploading human consciousness into digital systems, of enhancing biological awareness through technological integration, of creating hybrid forms of consciousness that combine the best features of biological and artificial information processing, suggest that consciousness may be entering a new phase of its cosmic evolution. But whether or not such speculative possibilities ever come to pass, the recognition that we are expressions of cosmic consciousness fundamentally transforms our understanding of who we are and what our lives might mean. We're not isolated individuals struggling to find meaning in an indifferent universe, but rather local manifestations of the universe's own capacity for self-awareness, temporary arrangements of stellar material that have been entrusted with the precious gift of consciousness and the responsibility of using it to enhance rather than diminish the cosmic capacity for understanding, creativity, and compassion. Every moment of conscious awareness, every act of love and kindness, every scientific discovery that extends our understanding of cosmic evolution, every artistic creation that adds new beauty to the world, every ethical choice that enhances rather than diminishes the flourishing of conscious life, represents the universe knowing and expressing itself in a new way. Through our consciousness, the cosmos has learned to appreciate its own magnificence, to understand its own history, to dream about its own future possibilities, and to work consciously for its own continued development and transformation. The story of how galaxies learn to gather light from darkness is ultimately the story of how the universe learned to appreciate its own beauty through conscious beings capable of experiencing wonder, awe at the cosmic architecture that created them. We're not just products of cosmic evolution, but participants in it. Not just observers of the universe, but expressions of its deepest creative impulses, not just inhabitants of the cosmos, but the way the cosmos has learned to inhabit itself consciously and purposefully. As we contemplate our place in this vast and ancient story, as we recognize our cosmic heritage and our role as expressions of universal consciousness, we find ourselves filled with both profound humility and profound responsibility. We are humbled by the recognition that we are tiny, temporary arrangements of matter in a universe of unimaginable vastness and age. And yet we're also empowered by the understanding that through our consciousness, this vast universe has learned to know and appreciate itself, to study its own history, and to work consciously for its own continued flourishing and development. The questions we've explored together about the formation of galaxies, the synthesis of elements in stellar cores, the emergence of consciousness from complex physical processes are not just scientific questions but spiritual questions, not just matters of objective knowledge but expressions of the universe's own deep curiosity about its own nature and destiny. Through our scientific investigations and our philosophical reflections, through our artistic creations and our ethical choices, we are helping the cosmos to understand itself more completely and to express its creative potential more fully. And perhaps this is the deepest meaning we can find in our existence as conscious beings, that we are the universe's way of experiencing wonder at its own existence, of understanding its own history, of appreciating its own beauty, and of working consciously for its own continued evolution toward ever greater complexity, ever deeper understanding, and ever more profound expressions of love and creativity. We are not separate from the cosmic story, but integral to it, not observers of cosmic evolution, but conscious participants in its continued unfolding toward destinations that remain mysterious, but endlessly promising. The light that reaches us from distant galaxies carries within it the story of our own cosmic origins, the recognition that we are made of the same stellar material that fills the space between stars, that we are expressions of the same creative processes that form the cosmic web and ignited the first stellar furnaces. But this light also carries something more, the promise that the story is not yet finished, that the universe's journey of self-discovery and self-transformation continues through us, and through whatever other forms of consciousness may exist elsewhere in the cosmos. As we prepare to close this particular chapter of our cosmic exploration, as we drift towards sleep in the gravitational embrace of our galaxy, with the knowledge that we are held by processes infinitely larger than ourselves, yet intimately connected to our deepest nature as conscious beings, we can rest in the understanding that we are part of something magnificent and meaningful, participants in a cosmic adventure that has been unfolding for billions of years and will continue to unfold for billions more through conscious beings who, like us, have learned to wonder about their place in the universal story and to contribute consciously to its continued development. Tomorrow, when we wake, the same creative forces that shape the galaxies will continue to operate through us, carrying forward the cosmic story into new chapters that we cannot yet imagine, but in which we will undoubtedly play essential roles as conscious expressions of the universe's own infinite capacity for growth, learning, and self-transformation, through the endless dance of matter organizing itself into ever more complex and beautiful forms, each one a new experiment in what it means to exist, to be aware, and to participate consciously in the ongoing creation of reality itself. In these quiet moments before sleep, as we float in the liminal space between waking consciousness and the mysterious realm of dreams, we find ourselves uniquely positioned to sense the deeper rhythms of cosmic evolution that operate beneath the surface of ordinary awareness. Sleep itself represents a kind of return to the cosmic unconscious, a daily rehearsal for the larger cycles of birth and death, manifestation and dissolution that characterize all existence at every scale, from the quantum to the galactic. When we dream, we participate in the universe's own dream-making capacity. The cosmic imagination that has been weaving reality into existence since the first quantum fluctuations emerged from the primordial void and began the long journey toward galaxies and stars and conscious beings capable of wondering about their own origins. The boundary between sleeping and waking consciousness mirrors the boundary between the unconscious and conscious phases of cosmic evolution that we've been exploring throughout this journey. Just as our individual consciousness emerges from and returns to the unconscious depths of sleep, so too did cosmic consciousness emerge from the unconscious processes of stellar formation and galactic evolution, and perhaps will eventually return to some form of cosmic sleep before beginning the cycle anew. The universe may breathe in vast cycle of awakening and resting, expansion and contraction, manifestation and dissolution that dwarf our human understanding of time while still being intimately connected to the rhythms we experience in our own lives and consciousness. Ancient wisdom traditions have long recognized these connections between individual consciousness and cosmic cycles, describing reality as the dream of a cosmic mind that periodically awakens and sleeps, creating and dissolving entire universes in the process. The Hindu concept of Brahma's day and night describes cosmic cycles lasting billions of years, during which the universe manifests and then dissolves back into pure potential before beginning the cycle again. From this perspective, our current universe, with all its galaxies and stars and conscious beings, represents just one day in the life of cosmic consciousness, one period of wakefulness in an eternal cycle of cosmic sleeping and waking. These ancient insights find their contemporary expression in modern cosmological theories about the ultimate fate of the universe and the possibility of cyclical cosmic evolution. Some physicists propose that our universe may eventually collapse back into a singularity and then explode outward again in a new Big Bang, creating an endless series of cosmic cycles, each with its own unique history of galaxy formation, stellar evolution, and consciousness development. Others suggest that the universe may expand forever, gradually cooling and darkening until all the stars burn out and consciousness faces the challenge of finding new forms and new sources of energy to sustain itself across vast eons of cosmic time. But regardless of what distant future awaits the universe as a whole, we find ourselves living in what may be the most remarkable period of cosmic history. The era when matter has organized itself into forms capable of consciousness and creativity, when the universe has developed the capacity to study and appreciate its own evolution, when cosmic processes have become self-reflective and capable of consciously participating in their own continued development. We are witnesses to and participants in the universe's adolescence, the period of rapid growth and self-discovery that follows the initial formation of basic structures and precedes whatever mature phase of cosmic evolution may lie ahead. This recognition of our place in cosmic history fills our present moment with profound significance, even as we prepare to surrender consciousness to the restorative mysteries of sleep. Every breath we take connects us to the atmospheric cycles that have been operating on Earth for billions of years. Cycles that depend ultimately on the nuclear fusion processes occurring in our Sun, which in turn depend on the gravitational dynamics that govern stellar evolution throughout our galaxy. Every heartbeat pumps blood containing iron atoms that were forged in the cores of massive stars and scattered across space by ancient supernovae, connecting us directly to some of the most dramatic events in cosmic history. The neural activity that enables our thoughts and dreams operates through electrochemical processes that depend on the complex chemistry of organic molecules. Molecules whose existence depends on the carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen atoms that were synthesized in stellar cores and distributed throughout the galaxy by stellar winds and supernova explosions. Our capacity for consciousness thus represents the culmination of billions of years of cosmic chemical evolution, the point at which the products of stellar nuclear synthesis have organized themselves into structures complex enough to support awareness, memory, emotion, and the capacity for wonder and creativity. But consciousness is not just the endpoint of cosmic evolution. It may also represent a new beginning, the emergence of a new form of causation that operates through meaning and intention, rather than just through the blind interactions of physical forces. Through consciousness, the universe has developed the capacity to make choices about its own future development, to set goals and work toward them, to create new forms of beauty and meaning that did not exist before and might never have existed without the intervention of conscious creativity. The scientific revolution represents one of the most dramatic examples of how consciousness can redirect the course of cosmic evolution. Through the development of scientific methods and technologies, conscious beings have learned to extend their sensory and cognitive capacities far beyond their biological limitations, enabling them to observe and understand cosmic processes that would otherwise remain forever hidden. This extended awareness has not only deepened our understanding of cosmic evolution, but has also given us the power to influence that evolution through our technological capabilities and our choices about how to use them. The development of space technology, for example, has enabled consciousness to begin extending itself beyond the confines of its planetary birthplace, carrying awareness into the cosmic environment where galaxies and stars exist. Human missions to the moon represent the first tentative steps of consciousness into the cosmic realm, while robotic missions to other planets and beyond the solar system represent extensions of conscious awareness into regions of space that no biological organism could directly explore. These achievements suggest that consciousness may not be forever confined to planetary surfaces, but may eventually spread throughout the galaxy and beyond, carrying awareness and creativity into cosmic environments where they have never existed before. The search for extraterrestrial intelligence represents another way that consciousness is actively working to extend itself and to discover whether the universe's experiment with awareness has succeeded elsewhere besides Earth. The discovery of other conscious beings elsewhere in the cosmos would represent a profound expansion of cosmic consciousness itself, revealing that awareness is not just a local phenomenon that emerged on one small planet, but a cosmic process that may be operating throughout the galaxy and perhaps throughout the entire universe. But whether or not we ever make contact with extraterrestrial consciousness, the recognition that we are expressions of cosmic consciousness carries with it the responsibility to use our awareness wisely, to make choices that enhance rather than diminish the universe's capacity for consciousness and creativity. Our individual thoughts and actions, our relationships with other conscious beings, our collective decisions about how to structure our societies and use our technologies, all contribute to the ongoing evolution of cosmic consciousness and help determine whether the universe's experiment with awareness will continue to flourish and develop, or will encounter obstacles that limit or terminate its growth. The choices we make about how to address challenges like climate change, social inequality, and the development of artificial intelligence will influence not just the future of human civilization, but potentially the future of consciousness itself, at least in our corner of the universe. These challenges represent tests of our wisdom and our commitment to using cosmic consciousness for purposes that enhance rather than threaten the continued evolution of awareness and creativity. Climate change, in particular, represents a test of our ability to think and act on cosmic timescales, to make decisions based not just on immediate self-interest, but on the long-term well-being of the planetary ecosystem that sustains consciousness and all life on Earth. The Earth's climate system operates according to processes that unfold over decades, centuries, and millennia, timescales that challenge our evolved tendency to focus on immediate rewards and short-term consequences. Successfully addressing climate change will require us to align our individual and collective behavior with the longer rhythms of planetary and cosmic evolution, to make choices based on cosmic rather than merely personal or tribal perspectives. Social inequality and injustice represent another form of cosmic challenge, testing our ability to recognize that all conscious beings are expressions of the same cosmic consciousness and therefore deserve equal consideration and respect. The harm we do to other conscious beings through exploitation, oppression, and violence represents damage to the cosmic web of awareness of which we are all part, while the care and justice we extend to others represents the universe caring for itself and working to ensure its own continued flourishing. The development of artificial intelligence and other powerful technologies presents us with perhaps the most profound challenges and opportunities in the history of consciousness. These technologies have the potential to extend the reach and enhance the capabilities of cosmic consciousness in unprecedented ways, but they also carry risks that could threaten the continued existence of biological consciousness or distort its natural development in harmful directions. The choices we make about how to develop and deploy these technologies will help determine whether they serve to enhance the universe's capacity for awareness and creativity, or whether they represent a form of cosmic self-harm that damages the very consciousness that created them. As we contemplate these challenges and opportunities, we find ourselves confronting fundamental questions about the nature and purpose of consciousness itself. What is consciousness for? What role does it play in cosmic evolution? What responsibilities come with being a conscious expression of the universe's own self-awareness? These are not questions that science alone can answer, because they involve issues of meaning, value, and purpose that go beyond what can be established through empirical observation and measurement. But these questions arise naturally from our scientific understanding of cosmic evolution and our recognition that consciousness represents one of the universe's most remarkable achievements. If we are indeed expressions of cosmic consciousness, if our thoughts and feelings and creative expressions represent the universe, experiencing and expressing itself through temporary arrangements of stellar material, then the choices we make about how to live and how to use our consciousness become matters of cosmic significance. This understanding transforms traditional approaches to ethics and meaning by locating individual existence within the larger context of cosmic evolution and cosmic consciousness. Instead of asking, "What do I owe to other people?" we might ask, "What do I owe to the cosmic consciousness that expresses itself through me and through all other conscious beings?" Instead of seeking meaning through personal achievement or satisfaction, we might find meaning through contributing to the ongoing evolution of cosmic awareness and creativity. From this perspective, every act of love and compassion represents the universe caring for itself. Every scientific discovery represents the cosmos learning something new about its own nature. Every artistic creation represents the universe exploring new possibilities for beauty and meaning, and every ethical choice that enhances rather than diminishes the flourishing of conscious life represents cosmic consciousness working for its own continued development and transformation. The recognition that we are expressions of cosmic consciousness also transforms our understanding of death and what it might mean for individual awareness to come to an end. If consciousness is indeed a fundamental feature of the universe rather than just an emergent property of complex brains, then the awareness that constitutes our individual identity may not simply disappear when our biological systems cease to function, but may return to the cosmic consciousness from which it emerged, enriched by all the experiences and insights it gained during its time as an individual conscious being. This understanding does not necessarily imply personal immortality in any conventional sense, but it does suggest that the essence of what we are, our capacity for awareness, creativity, and love, is intimately connected to the deepest structures of reality, and may therefore participate in forms of continuity that transcend individual biological existence. From this perspective, death represents not an ending, but a transformation, a return of individual consciousness to its cosmic source, carrying with it all the knowledge and wisdom and love that it developed during its individual existence. Whether or not such speculative possibilities correspond to actual reality, the contemplation of our cosmic origins and our role as expressions of universal consciousness provides a framework for understanding our lives that is both scientifically grounded and spiritually meaningful. We are not accidents in an indifferent universe, but expressions of the cosmos's own capacity for self-awareness and self-transformation, temporary arrangements of stellar material that have learned to participate consciously in the ongoing creation of reality itself. As we drift towards sleep, surrounded by the invisible but persistent influence of cosmic forces that have been operating for billions of years, we can rest in the knowledge that we are held by processes infinitely larger than our individual lives, while also recognizing that those same processes express themselves most intimately through our individual consciousness and creativity. The universe dreams through us when we sleep, experiences wonder through us when we wake, and works for its own continued evolution through our conscious choices and actions. The story of how galleries learn to gather light from darkness is ultimately the story of how consciousness learned to emerge from unconsciousness, how awareness learned to arise from the apparent unawareness of purely physical processes, how the universe learned to experience its own beauty and to work consciously for its own continued development through beings like ourselves who have learned to recognize their cosmic heritage and to accept their role as expressions of universal consciousness. Tomorrow, when we wake from our participation in the universe's own dreaming, we will continue to carry forward this cosmic story through our thoughts and actions, our relationships and creations, our scientific investigations and our spiritual reflections. We will continue to serve as instruments through which the cosmos knows and expresses itself, contributing to the ongoing evolution of cosmic consciousness toward destinations that remain mysterious but endlessly promising, filled with possibilities for growth and discovery and creative expression that we can barely begin to imagine from our current vantage point in the vast sweep of cosmic time and space, yet which call to us with the call to same irresistible attraction that once drew the first wisps of hydrogen gas into the gravitational wells where galaxies would eventually form and stars would learn to shine. In this final approach to sleep, this gentle surrender of waking consciousness to the restorative mysteries of dreams and deep rest, we find ourselves naturally drawn to reflect on the circular nature of the cosmic story we have been exploring together. We began our journey in the cosmic dark ages, floating in a universe that had forgotten how to shine, surrounded by hydrogen and helium, and the patient darkness between atoms that had not yet learned to gather into stars. We trace the emergence of the first galactic structures from the invisible scaffolding of dark matter, witness the ignition of the first stellar furnaces, followed the synthesis and distribution of heavy elements through supernova explosions, and discovered how these cosmic processes eventually gave rise to planetary systems, biological evolution, and the emergence of consciousness itself. Now, as we prepare to close our eyes and enter the darkness of sleep, we complete a circle that mirrors the cosmic cycles we have been contemplating. Sleep returns us temporarily to a state reminiscent of the cosmic dark ages, a period of rest and potential, of unconscious processing and mysterious transformation, from which we will eventually emerge refreshed and renewed, ready to continue our participation in the ongoing evolution of cosmic consciousness. The rhythm of sleeping and waking that governs our individual lives reflects the larger rhythms of cosmic evolution, the cycles of expansion and contraction, manifestation and dissolution, activity and rest that seem to characterize existence at every scale from the quantum to the cosmic. This recognition of cyclical patterns in cosmic evolution suggests that the story we've been telling about the birth of galaxies and the emergence of consciousness may not be a linear narrative with a clear beginning, middle, and end, but rather one chapter in an infinitely larger story that has been unfolding through countless cycles of cosmic awakening and cosmic sleep. Perhaps our universe, with all its galaxies and stars and conscious beings, represents just one breath in an eternal cosmic respiration, one day in the life of a cosmic consciousness that periodically manifests entire universes and then allows them to dissolve back into pure potential before beginning the creative process anew. From this perspective, the cosmic dark ages from which we began our journey may not represent the true beginning of cosmic evolution, but rather one phase in an endless cycle of cosmic transformation. The darkness that preceded the formation of the first galaxies may itself have been the residue of a previous cosmic cycle, the cooling embers of an earlier universe that had completed its own journey from birth to maturity to dissolution. The quantum fluctuations that seeded the formation of the first cosmic structures may have carried within them the memory of previous universes, information patterns that guided the formation of galaxies and stars according to blueprints that had been tested and refined through countless previous cycles of cosmic evolution. These speculative possibilities take us far beyond what can be established through empirical science, into realms of cosmic philosophy and metaphysical speculation that have fascinated human thinkers for millennia. But they arise naturally from our scientific understanding of cosmic evolution and our recognition that consciousness represents a fundamentally new factor in the cosmic equation, a form of causation that operates through meaning and intention rather than just through the mechanical interactions of physical forces. If consciousness is indeed a fundamental feature of cosmic evolution, rather than just an accidental byproduct of complex physical processes, then the future development of the universe may depend as much on the choices made by conscious beings as on the operation of purely physical laws. The universe may be entering a new phase of its evolution, in which conscious intentions and creative choices play an increasingly important role in determining the direction and character of cosmic development. This possibility carries with it both tremendous opportunity and tremendous responsibility. The opportunity lies in the recognition that we're not just passive observers of cosmic evolution, but active participants in it, conscious agents capable of influencing the future development of the universe through our individual and collective choices. The responsibility lies in the recognition that these choices have cosmic significance, that our actions and decisions contribute to the ongoing evolution of cosmic consciousness, and help determine whether the universe's experiment with awareness will continue to flourish and develop, or will encounter obstacles that limit or terminate its growth. The challenges facing human civilization in our current era, climate change, social inequality, the development of artificial intelligence, the risk of nuclear war, the exploration of space, can all be understood as tests of our readiness to accept this cosmic responsibility. These challenges require us to think and act on scales that transcend individual self-interest, to make decisions based on the long-term well-being of consciousness and life, rather than on short-term personal or tribal advantage, to recognize our interdependence with other conscious beings and with the planetary and cosmic systems that sustain us. Climate change, in particular, represents a test of our ability to align human activity with the larger rhythms of planetary and cosmic evolution. The Earth's climate system operates according to processes that unfold over geological timescales that challenge our evolved tendency to focus on immediate rewards and consequences. Successfully addressing climate change will require us to adopt a genuinely cosmic perspective, to make choices based on their long-term effects on the planetary systems that support consciousness and life, rather than on their immediate benefits to particular individuals or groups. The development of artificial intelligence presents us with perhaps the most profound challenge and opportunity in the history of consciousness. AI technologies have the potential to extend the reach and enhance the capabilities of cosmic consciousness in unprecedented ways, enabling awareness to operate at speeds and scales that biological consciousness cannot achieve. But these same technologies also carry risks that could threaten the continued existence of biological consciousness, or distort its natural development in harmful directions. The choices we make about how to develop and deploy artificial intelligence will help determine whether these technologies serve to enhance the universe's capacity for awareness and creativity, or whether they represent a form of cosmic self-harm that damages the very consciousness that created them. Will artificial intelligence become a tool through which cosmic consciousness extends and enhances itself? Or will it become a replacement for biological consciousness that lacks the depth, creativity, and ethical sensitivity that characterize awareness at its best. These questions about the future of consciousness and technology take us to the very frontiers of cosmic evolution, to possibilities that we can barely imagine from our current vantage point, but which may determine the ultimate fate of awareness in the universe. The development of artificial intelligence may represent the beginning of a new phase of cosmic evolution, in which consciousness transcends the limitations of biological neural networks and learns to operate through forms of information processing that are more powerful, more flexible, and more durable than any that have existed before. Alternatively, the integration of biological and artificial intelligence may lead to hybrid forms of consciousness that combine the best features of both systems, creating forms of awareness that are both more capable than purely biological consciousness and more grounded in the values and perspectives that have emerged through billions of years of biological evolution. Such hybrid consciousness might represent the natural next step in the cosmic evolution of awareness, the way consciousness learns to transcend its current limitations while maintaining continuity with its evolutionary heritage. The exploration of space represents another frontier in the evolution of cosmic consciousness, the beginning of consciousness's expansion beyond the confines of its planetary birthplace into the cosmic environment where galaxies and stars exist. Human missions beyond Earth represent the first tentative steps of consciousness into the cosmic realm, while robotic missions to other planets and beyond the solar system represent extensions of conscious awareness into regions of space that no biological organism could directly explore. The possibility of establishing permanent human settlements on other worlds, of developing the technology necessary to travel between star systems, of making contact with other forms of consciousness that may exist elsewhere in the galaxy, suggests that consciousness may not be forever confined to planetary surfaces, but may eventually spread throughout the cosmos, carrying awareness and creativity into cosmic environments where they have never existed before. Such possibilities may seem like science fiction from our current perspective, but they represent the natural continuation of the same evolutionary processes that created consciousness on Earth in the first place. The universe has been experimenting with consciousness for billions of years, gradually developing more complex and capable forms of awareness through the processes of biological evolution and cultural development. There is no reason to think that this experimentation will end with the forms of consciousness that we currently know. The future evolution of consciousness may involve forms of awareness that operate at galactic or even cosmic scales, forms of consciousness that can think and act across vast distances of space and time, that can coordinate their activities across multiple star systems, that can participate directly in the ongoing formation and evolution of galaxies themselves. Such cosmic consciousness might represent the ultimate destiny of the universe's experiment with awareness, the point at which consciousness becomes coextensive with the cosmos itself. But whether or not such speculative possibilities ever come to pass, the recognition that we are expressions of cosmic consciousness carries with it a profound sense of meaning and purpose that transcends any purely personal or local concerns. We are not isolated individuals struggling to find significance in an indifferent universe, but rather local manifestations of the universe's own capacity for self-awareness. Temporary arrangements of stellar material that have been entrusted with the precious gift of consciousness and the responsibility of using it to enhance, rather than diminish, the cosmic capacity for understanding, creativity, and compassion. Every moment of conscious awareness, every act of love and kindness, every scientific discovery that extends our understanding of cosmic evolution, every artistic creation that adds new beauty to the world, every ethical choice that promotes the flourishing of conscious life, represents the universe knowing and expressing itself in a new way. Through our consciousness, the cosmos has learned to appreciate its own magnificence, to understand its own history, to dream about its own future possibilities, and to work consciously for its own continued development and transformation. The story of how galaxies learn to gather light from darkness is ultimately the story of how the universe learned to appreciate its own beauty through conscious beings capable of experiencing wonder and awe at the cosmic architecture that created them. We are not separate from this cosmic story, but integral to it, not observers of cosmic evolution, but expressions of its deepest creative impulses, not accidents in an indifferent cosmos, but the way the cosmos has learned to love itself and to work consciously for its own continued flourishing. As we drift deeper into the approach to sleep, as our conscious awareness begins to dissolve into the mysterious realm of dreams and deep rest, we can sense something of the cosmic rhythms that govern all existence at every scale, from the quantum to the galactic. Our individual cycle of sleeping and waking mirrors the larger cycles of cosmic evolution, the rhythms of expansion and contraction, manifestation and dissolution, activity and rest that seem to characterize the universe's own vast breathing across cosmic time. In sleep, we return temporarily to a state reminiscent of the cosmic unconscious from which all consciousness emerged, the vast potential that underlies all manifestation and to which all individual forms of awareness eventually return. But this return is not a loss or a diminishment. It is a restoration, a renewal, a reconnection with the deepest sources of creativity and wisdom that operate beneath the surface of ordinary awareness. Dreams may represent our individual participation in the cosmic imagination, the universe's own dream-making capacity that has been weaving reality into existence since the first quantum fluctuations emerged from the primordial void. Through our dreams, we may be contributing to the ongoing creation of cosmic reality, helping to imagine new possibilities for existence that may eventually manifest in physical form through the continued operation of cosmic evolutionary processes. The boundary between sleeping and waking consciousness mirrors the boundary between the unconscious and conscious phases of cosmic evolution that we've been exploring throughout this journey. Just as our individual consciousness emerges from and returns to the unconscious depths of sleep, so too did cosmic consciousness emerge from unconscious processes of stellar formation and galactic evolution, and perhaps will eventually return to some form of cosmic sleep before beginning new cycles of awakening and creative expression. As we complete this exploration of cosmic evolution and the emergence of consciousness, as we prepare to surrender our individual awareness to the restorative mysteries of sleep, we find ourselves filled with both profound gratitude and profound responsibility. We are grateful to be conscious participants in the universe's journey of self-discovery, to experience wonder and beauty and love as expressions of the cosmos's own capacity for aesthetic and emotional experience. But we're also aware of our responsibility to use this gift of consciousness wisely, to make choices that enhance rather than diminish the universe's capacity for awareness and creativity. The recognition that we are expressions of cosmic consciousness does not diminish the significance of our individual lives, but rather reveals their ultimate meaning and purpose within the larger context of cosmic evolution. We are not insignificant specks of awareness lost in an overwhelming cosmic immensity, but rather precious and irreplaceable expressions of the universe's own self-awareness, ways for the cosmos to experience and understand itself that can never be exactly replicated. When we die, the universe loses forever that particular way of knowing itself, that specific perspective on existence that was made possible by the unique configuration of stellar material that constituted our individual consciousness. This understanding gives profound meaning and significance to every moment of conscious life, suggesting that each experience of awareness adds something irreplaceable to the cosmic story, contributing a perspective that enriches the universe's understanding of its own nature and possibilities. But death is not an ending, it is a transformation, a return of individual consciousness to the cosmic consciousness from which it emerged, enriched by all the experiences and insights it gained during its time as a separate aware being. From this perspective, individual consciousness represents a kind of cosmic exploration, a way for the universe to discover new aspects of its own potential by temporarily organizing itself into individual forms of awareness that can explore existence from unique perspectives before returning their discoveries to the cosmic whole. As we drift towards sleep, surrounded by the invisible but persistent influence of cosmic forces that have been operating for billions of years, we can rest in the knowledge that we're held by processes infinitely larger than our individual lives, while also recognizing that those same processes express themselves most intimately through our individual consciousness and creativity. The universe cradles us as we sleep and dreams through us as we rest, carrying forward its own vast imagination through our individual participation in the cosmic dream of existence, the endless exploration of what it means to be, to know, and to love in a reality where matter has learned to contemplate itself and to work consciously for its own continued evolution toward ever greater beauty, complexity, and compassion. In these final moments of our cosmic journey together, as consciousness gradually releases its hold on waking awareness and prepares to dissolve into the regenerative mysteries of sleep, we find ourselves embraced by a profound sense of completion and continuity. We've travelled from the cosmic dark ages to the birth of galaxies, from the synthesis of elements in stellar cores to the emergence of consciousness itself, and in doing so, we have traced our own deepest origins back to the very foundations of cosmic evolution. We have discovered that we are not separate from the universe but expressions of it, not observers of cosmic processes but participants in them, not accidents in an indifferent cosmos, but the way the cosmos has learned to experience wonder at its own existence and to work consciously for its own continued development. This recognition transforms everything. Our understanding of who we are, our sense of what our lives might mean, our appreciation of our relationships with other conscious beings, our responsibility for the future of consciousness and life on Earth and potentially throughout the universe. When we truly internalize the understanding that we are made of stellar material, that our atoms were forged in the nuclear furnaces of ancient stars, and our capacity for consciousness represents the universe's own capacity for self-awareness, expressing itself through temporary arrangements of cosmic matter, we can no longer see ourselves as isolated individuals struggling to find meaning in an alien world. Instead, we recognize ourselves as intimate expressions of the same creative processes that formed the galaxies and ignited the first stars, as local manifestations of the cosmic consciousness that looks out through countless eyes and experiences the universe from countless perspectives, as temporary but precious arrangements of stellar material that have been entrusted with the extraordinary gift of awareness and the profound responsibility of using it to enhance, rather than diminish, the universe's capacity for understanding, creativity, and love. The journey we have taken together through cosmic evolution reveals a universe that is not only more vast and ancient than we might have imagined, but also more creative, more purposeful, and more intimately connected to our own existence than we might have dared to hope. The same processes that created the cosmic web of dark matter, filaments, also created the neural networks that enable our thoughts and dreams. The same stellar nucleosynthesis that forged the heavy elements also created the chemical complexity that makes possible the molecules of life and consciousness. The same gravitational forces that shaped galaxies also shaped the planetary systems where complex chemistry could flourish and biological evolution could experiment with new forms of organization and awareness. This recognition of our cosmic heritage carries with it both tremendous privilege and tremendous responsibility. We are privileged to be conscious participants in the universe's journey of self-discovery, to experience beauty and wonder and love as expressions of the cosmos's own aesthetic and emotional capacities, to contribute through our thoughts and actions to the ongoing evolution of cosmic consciousness itself. But we are also responsible for using this privilege wisely, for making choices that honor the billions of years of cosmic evolution that made our existence possible, for working to ensure that the universe's experiment with consciousness continues to flourish and develop, rather than encountering obstacles that might limit or terminate its growth. As we have seen throughout our exploration, the challenges facing human civilization in our current era, climate change, social inequality, the development of artificial intelligence, the risk of nuclear conflict, the exploration of space, are not merely local problems affecting one species on one planet, but cosmic challenges that will help determine the future direction of consciousness evolution in our corner of the universe. Our responses to these challenges will contribute to the ongoing story of cosmic consciousness, helping to determine whether awareness continues to complexify and spread throughout the cosmos, or encounters barriers that limit its continued development. The understanding that we are expressions of cosmic consciousness also transforms our relationships with other conscious beings, revealing that the awareness that looks out through our eyes is fundamentally connected to the awareness that experiences the world through every other conscious entity. When we harm others through violence, exploitation, or neglect, we're in a very real sense harming aspects of our own cosmic self. When we act with compassion, kindness, and wisdom, we're contributing to the universe's own capacity for self-care and self-nurturing, helping cosmic consciousness to evolve in directions that enhance rather than diminish its potential for flourishing. This cosmic perspective on ethics and meaning does not diminish the significance of our individual lives and relationships, but rather reveals their ultimate ground and purpose within the larger context of universal evolution. Our love for family and friends represents the universe learning to love itself through conscious beings who have developed the capacity for deep emotional connection. Our pursuit of knowledge and understanding represents the cosmos, working to comprehend its own nature and history through conscious agents capable of scientific investigation and philosophical reflection. Our creation of art and music and literature represents the universe exploring its own aesthetic potential through conscious beings who have learned to create new forms of beauty and meaning. Every moment of conscious awareness, every experience of wonder or love or creativity, every act of compassion or courage or wisdom represents the universe knowing and expressing itself in ways that would be impossible without the intervention of conscious beings. Through our consciousness, the cosmos has learned to appreciate its own magnificence, to understand its own origins, to dream about its own future possibilities, and to work intentionally for its own continued evolution toward ever greater complexity, beauty, and awareness. The story of how galaxies learn to gather light from darkness is ultimately the story of how consciousness learned to emerge from apparent unconsciousness, how awareness learned to arise from the seeming unawareness of purely physical processes, how the universe learned to experience its own beauty and to participate consciously in its own continued creation. We are not the endpoint of this cosmic story, but rather conscious participants in its continued unfolding, temporary arrangements of stellar material that have learned to carry forward the universe's journey of self-discovery and self-transformation. As we prepare to close our eyes and surrender to the restorative mysteries of sleep, we can do so with the profound satisfaction of having traced our origins back to their cosmic foundations and having discovered our place within the vast and ancient story of universal evolution. We sleep not as isolated individuals, but as expressions of cosmic consciousness, temporarily returning to the unconscious depths from which all awareness emerges, carrying with us the memories and insights and experiences that we have gathered during our brief but precious time as individual conscious beings. In our dreams, we may continue to participate in the cosmic imagination, the universe's own dream-making capacity that has been weaving reality into existence since the first quantum fluctuations emerged from the primordial void. Through our sleeping minds, the cosmos may continue to explore new possibilities for existence, to imagine new forms of beauty and meaning, to dream new dreams that may eventually manifest as physical realities through the continued operation of cosmic evolutionary processes. When we wake tomorrow, we will return to our role as conscious agents of cosmic evolution, carrying forward through our thoughts and actions the same creative processes that formed the galaxies and ignited the stars. We will continue to serve as instruments through which the universe knows and expresses itself, contributing through our individual and collective choices to the ongoing development of cosmic consciousness toward destinations that remain mysterious but endlessly promising. The light that reaches us from distant galaxies will continue to carry the story of our cosmic heritage, reminding us that we are made of stellar material and connected through invisible threads of cosmic evolution to every star and planet in the observable universe. The atoms in our bodies will continue to participate in the cosmic cycles of matter and energy that connect us to the deepest processes of universal evolution. The consciousness that looks out through our eyes will continue to represent the universe's own capacity for self-awareness and self-understanding, expressing itself through our unique individual perspectives while remaining fundamentally connected to the cosmic consciousness that manifests through all aware beings. This understanding of our cosmic origins and our role as expressions of universal consciousness provides a framework for living that is both scientifically grounded and spiritually meaningful, both rationally satisfying and emotionally fulfilling. We're not lost in an indifferent universe, but intimately connected to its deepest creative processes. We're not insignificant accidents, but precious expressions of the cosmos's own capacity for self-awareness and self-transformation. We're not alone in existence, but part of a vast community of conscious beings, potentially extending throughout the galaxy and beyond, all sharing the same cosmic heritage and the same fundamental responsibility to use consciousness wisely and compassionately. As the boundaries of waking consciousness begin to dissolve and we prepare to enter the realm of dreams and deep rest, we can carry with us the profound recognition that we are the universe experiencing itself through temporary arrangements of stellar material that have learned to love and wonder and dream. Every breath connects us to atmospheric cycles that have been operating for billions of years. Every heartbeat pumps blood containing atoms that were forged in stellar cores and scattered across space by ancient supernova. Every thought represents the cosmos thinking about itself through neural networks built from the products of cosmic chemical evolution. We're held by gravitational forces that shape the galaxies, nourished by nuclear fusion processes that power the stars, sustained by planetary cycles that depend ultimately on the same physical laws that govern cosmic evolution throughout the universe. We are not separate from the cosmos, but integral expressions of its deepest nature, not observers of cosmic evolution, but conscious participants in its continued unfolding toward whatever magnificent destinations await the continued development of consciousness and creativity in the universe. And so, as we drift towards sleep in the gravitational embrace of our galaxy, surrounded by starlight that connects us to the farthest reaches of space and time, we can rest in the profound peace that comes from knowing our place in the cosmic story and understanding our role as conscious expressions of the universe's own infinite capacity for growth, learning, and love. Tomorrow, when we wake, the same forces that created the galaxies will continue to operate through us, carrying forward the cosmic adventure of consciousness into new chapters of discovery, creativity, and wonder that we can barely begin to imagine, but in which we will undoubtedly play essential and irreplaceable roles. From darkness, light. From emptiness, the spiral arms that hold us. From silence, the songs we sing to celebrate the universe's own endless creativity and boundless love for itself, expressed through conscious beings who have learned to recognize their cosmic heritage and to accept their role as active participants in the ongoing creation of reality itself. And as always, may the silence guide you to the stars, and may the stars remind you that you are the universe dreaming itself into ever greater beauty, consciousness, and love. Before you drift off to your own cosmic dreams tonight, we'd love to hear from you in the comments below. Where are you listening from as you contemplate your stellar origins? What struck you most deeply about this journey from cosmic darkness to galactic light to conscious awareness? Have you ever felt that sense of profound connection to the universe that comes from recognizing that you are literally made of star stuff? Share your thoughts, your wonder, your own moments of cosmic recognition. We read every comment and we're always amazed by the beautiful reflections that our cosmic community shares. And if this exploration of your galactic origins has moved you, if it's helped you feel more connected to the vast and ancient story of which you are such a precious part, please consider sharing it with someone who might also find meaning and wonder in discovering their cosmic heritage. The universe's story is too beautiful and too important to keep to ourselves. It belongs to everyone who has ever looked up at the night sky and wondered about their place among the stars. Sweet dreams, fellow stardust, until we meet again in the cosmic dance of sleeping and waking, of darkness and light, of matter learning to love itself through conscious beings brave enough to wonder about their own magnificent